Mr. Grabowski, if you could turn off your microphone, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. We are on the record in case number 9696 regarding the matters of the skipjack and U.S. wind applications for offshore renewable energy credits. This is day 3 of our trial type evidentiary hearing. Before we begin with witness testimony today, yesterday we heard from counsel for U.S. wind, Mr. Previs, that they were amenable to declassifying some of the non-public information with respect to residential ratepayer impact and OREC pricing. We heard concerns from the Office of People's Counsel and Commission staff that they would like U.S. Wind to file that information in a manner that would allow them to more easily prepare their briefs. Mr. Previs, do you have a proposed solution for them?
Yes, Your Honor, and thank you. Good morning, everyone. We would like, if it's okay with the Office of People's Counsel and the Commission, to file a memorandum that just lays out exactly which testimonies and which exhibits we're declassifying.
That is good. When do you expect to file that memorandum?
We could do that by close of business today, Your Honor.
Terrific. Mr. Fields, any concerns?
Well, for us internally, we could certainly work with that. The limitation of that approach is that I don't believe that there'll be anywhere on the Commission's website where the now declassified testimony and analysis is available to the public and made publicly available, as far as I know. And that, that would remain a concern for us. Like I said, we could deal with it internally, but it wouldn't be available publicly.
That's on.
I understand those limitations. At the same time, U.S. Wind has made this offer voluntarily. I think the crosswalk document that they're planning to provide strikes a balance between your needs and the burden put on U.S. Wind. Anything more, Mr. Previs?
Well, that's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gunderson, anything to add with respect to your client?
We are continuing to review the confidentiality designations in our testimony, and we'll provide an update similar along the lines that U.S. Wind will provide.
Any preliminary matters before we begin today?
Yes, Your Honor. Just briefly, I just wanted to note for the record that regarding bench data request responses that we've submitted to the Commission, this morning we provided 2 responses to bench data request 3 and bench data request 4. Bench data request 3 is Commissioner Herman's request that Skipjack explain why the capacity factor of the exact same turbine is different for Skipjack and U.S. Wind, and we provided that response. And bench data request 4 was a Commissioner Herman request that Skipjack explain why figure 2-4 in the Skipjack Wind phase 2.1 application is different from figure 2-4 in the Skipjack Wind phase 2 application, and we provided that response. At this time, we're just noting for the record that we provided the responses. We would leave it to the Commission's discretion upon reviewing those responses if you feel that it's appropriate or necessary to add these to the record.
Thank you. For administrative purposes, we will mark them as Commissioner's bench data requests number 3 and 4, respectively. Thank you, Mr. Gunderson, for getting those to us quickly. We have them before us. Anything else?
Nothing else from Skipjack.
Thank you. If U.S. Wind is prepared to make its case, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Mr. Jeff Grabowski to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Grabowski. If you could please raise your right hand and turn on your microphone at this point.
Good morning, Chairman. Sorry, I don't hear anyone else.
Madam Court Reporter, your microphone may be on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Grabowski.
Morning.
For the record, would you please state your employer, title, and business address, please?
Yes, my employer is US Wind. I'm the Chief Executive Officer, and my business address is 401 East Pratt Street, Baltimore.
And do you have before you your direct testimony in this case dated August 25th, 2021?
Yes, I do.
And do you also have before you your rebuttal testimony? I'm sorry, your supplemental direct testimony dated September 24th, 2021?
I do.
Was this testimony and exhibits prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, corrections, or updates to your testimony?
I have no changes to any of my testimony, but I do have an update based on the best and final offer that US Wind submitted to the commission prior to the start of the hearings.
Yes, and would you please just briefly summarize that for the commission?
Yes, I'm happy to. US Wind submitted a best and final offer just before the hearing started. And if I may, I will take just 2 minutes to give you an overview of that offer so that so hopefully I can help your understanding what we tried to accomplish with that. As you know, we originally submitted 3 bids. In the best and final offer, we made no changes to bids 1 and 3. They remain active bids, but they were not changed in the best and final. We did change bid 2, which is our 800-ish megawatt project, and we made 2 changes to that bid. The first change is we moved the commercial operations date that we projected for that project all into 2026. As the commission knows, this was a subject of some debate before the commission and motion to disqualify. So we have attempted to rectify that and take the issue off the table by moving the commercial operations date by about 8 months for the second 400 of the 800 megawatts into 2026 entirely. The second change that we made is we reduced the price escalation. So we lowered the price of our bid. It was important to us that we pass both ratepayer impact tests as calculated by ICF. As you know, our original 800 megawatt bid under our calculations by our experts did pass both tests, but ICF determined that our 800 megawatt bid just slightly or barely failed the non-residential ratepayer test. So we adjusted the escalation rates in bid number 2, such that under Mr. Repshar's analysis, the bid passes both the residential ratepayer test and the non-residential ratepayer test. And we also asked Mr. Repshar to run this new bid price using the same ICF analysis, the same type of analysis that ICF ran against the residential and non-residential ratepayer tests. And Mr. Repshar has concluded that using ICF's methodology, our 800 megawatt bid passes both tests. So it was quite important to us that we submit that 800 megawatt bid in particular with no doubt that we passed both ratepayer tests. And that's my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. Is the information and answers in your testimony true and accurate to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
Would your testimony be the same today as it was when your testimony was originally filed?
Yes, with the exception of our best and final offer, obviously.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would ask that the direct testimony, it's a public version only, there is no confidential, so the direct testimony of Mr. Grabowski be marked as U.S. Wind Exhibit 1. And thank you. And I would also ask that the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Grabowski, also public version only, be marked as U.S. Wind Exhibit 2.
So marked.
And if there are no objections, I would ask that U.S. Wind Exhibits 1 and 2 be admitted into the record.
Seeing no objections, U.S. Wind Exhibits number 1 and number 2 are moved into evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Gunderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Grabowski. My name is Chris Gunderson. I represent Skipjack in this matter. I'm going to ask you a few questions this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Gunderson.
I'd like to start by asking you a few questions about the status of the Marwin 1 project that was approved by the Commission in 2017.
Yes, of course.
The original projected commercial operation date for the Marwin 1 project was January 2020. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And sitting here today, what is U.S. Wind's current projected commercial operation date for the Marwin 1 project?
Well, as we have indicated to the Commission, it's December of 2024.
Okay. Yeah, I believe in U.S. Wind's application, you state that the Marwin 1 project would be delivered in 2025. Is that correct?
Yeah, there is a reference to 2025. You know, from my perspective, December of 24 and early 25, the project coming online is quite close. So our current project of COD of December of 24 is our official COD. It's obviously something that we review on a very regular basis. And should we make an official change of the COD, we'll inform the Commission, obviously.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall that in February of last year, the Commission issued a notice asking U.S. Wind to notify the Commission when you make a final turbine selection from the Marwin 1 project?
Yes, sir.
And U.S. Wind at this time has not yet made a final turbine selection for the Marwin 1 project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is U.S. Wind still considering using the GE 14 megawatt turbine for the Marwin 1 project?
Yes, as we indicated in, I'm sorry, you're referring specifically to Marwin 1.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we are in commercial negotiations with GE for Marwin 1.
Okay. And do you recall that a condition of the Commission's OREC order in 2017 was that U.S. Wind would establish a port facility in Ocean City, Maryland, in the Ocean City, Maryland region to serve as the operations and maintenance port for the project? Is that right?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And at this time, U.S. Wind has not yet entered into a lease or other agreement for a port facility in the Ocean City area to serve as the project's O&M base. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And another condition of the Commission's 2017 OREC order was that U.S. Wind shall locate a permanent operations center for the project within the state of Maryland. Is that correct?
Yes.
And U.S. Wind has not yet entered into any lease or other agreement for a permanent operations center for the Marwin 1 project. Is that correct?
Well, we have entered into a lease at Trade Point Atlantic as recently as several months ago, in the middle of 2021, for about 90 acres, I believe. And our plan is to use a portion of that facility to operate Marwin 1 and the Momentum Wind should we be selected for that.
Okay, thank you. two other conditions in the Commission's 2017 OREC order were that U.S. Wind shall invest a minimum of $51 million in a Maryland steel fabrication plant. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And U.S. Wind is also required to invest a minimum of about $26 million in upgrades at the Trade Point Atlantic shipyard. Is that correct?
Yes. Or a similar facility.
Correct. Thank you. And between those two commitments, that's about a $77 million of required investment for Marwin 1. Is that fair?
That's right.
And to date, U.S. Wind has invested approximately $3 million to satisfy those two commitments. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a pretty fair characterization. That is the early work that we've begun doing at the Trade Point facility.
Okay. And at this point, U.S. Wind has not yet obtained the formal development permits that Baltimore County requires associated with those upgrades. Is that correct?
No, sir. We just signed the lease this summer.
Okay. All right. I'd like to shift to your round 2 project proposals. In U.S. Wind's application, as you alluded to this morning, you originally separated out your bid 2 into 2 tranches. Tranche 1 was about 400 megawatts, and then tranche 2 was about 400 megawatts. Is that correct?
That's right.
And the tranche 2, 400 megawatts, was originally projected in your application to achieve commercial operation in about August 2027. Is that right?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Do you have a copy of U.S. Wind's application with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 174?
Yeah, sure. Forgive me, these tabs aren't easy. 174?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I have them there.
Okay. And this is the section of your application where you discuss the project timeline. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, this is designated as confidential, so I don't want to break any rules here, but I'll just ask your counsel, Mr. Collins, is this part of the application still confidential, or can it be discussed publicly?
It is still marked as confidential in our application. One moment, counsel. Let me just confer with my client.
Makes it easier. I'm comfortable proceeding.
We're fine. Counsel, we're fine to proceed on a public basis with regard to the information on page 174. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, U.S. Wind mentioned that your project timeline, as you set forth in the application, was aggressive yet realistic. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what. Yes.
Okay. And the next couple of pages in this section, well, I won't go into details about them, but this sets out the U.S. Wind's permitting and construction milestone charts that were originally designed to deliver the tranche 2 400 megawatts in August of 2027. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are you aware that the Commission's consultant in this case, ICF, reviewed these project timelines and construction plans and commented on the feasibility of U.S. Wind achieving the August 2027 COD? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And are you aware that it's actually a requirement under COMAR that the Commission review the reasonableness of a developer's proposed schedule and construction plan? Is that correct?
It's my understanding. Yes.
And you mentioned at the beginning of your testimony that U.S. Wind earlier this week submitted a revised OREC price schedule, and you moved up your COD for the tranche 2 by about 8 or 9 months. Is that correct?
Yeah, about 8 months.
But US Wind has not provided the commission with any revised construction plans or project timelines that would explain to the commission how US Wind will actually deliver the entire 800 megawatts of bid 2 by December of 2026. Is that correct?
We have not, but we are happy to do so.
Do you have a plan to do so?
Yes.
When would you be submitting the revised project schedules and construction plan?
I'm sure that we could do it within the next several days.
But at this point, ICF has not reviewed the reasonableness of US Wind achieving a December 2026 commercial operation date for the entire 800 megawatts of bid 2. Is that correct?
I don't know what ICF has done.
Okay.
I'd be happy to explain our revised construction schedule, though. You're interested.
Mr. Grabowski, do you have Skipjack's pre-marked exhibits with you?
I certainly have some of them.
If you have, do you have the document with pre-marked Skipjack Exhibit 21?
If you could give me a moment, Mr. Gunderson. So Skipjack 21. Yes, I have this one.
No, I lost my copy. Okay. All right. And the first page in that exhibit is US Wind's response to Skipjack data request 4-1. Is that what you have?
4-21.
Mr. Gunderson, hold on, because I'm looking for 21 and I'm not there yet. So
Okay.
Give me a second.
Sure. And this is, I think we updated the commission with this exhibit this morning.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, I have every exhibit except 21 here in my file, so.
Mr. Gunderson, this is a 27-page exhibit. Is that right?
Yes. Right now, I just want to speak to the first page, the response to Skipjack 4-1. If
Oh, I'm sorry. 4 dash. Yes, okay, I have it, sir. Got it.
I don't see it. Mr. Chairman, perhaps you can help me out.
Yes, Commissioner, if you go into the drive that Ms. Best sent us last night, all of the exhibits, including the one sent this morning, are in there.
Okay.
If you click on Skipjack and then click on exhibits, it's towards the bottom.
Right, got it.
And
Thank you.
okay.
thanks to Amanda Best and Susan Howard on helping sort all these exhibits out overnight. I just wanted to get that on the record as well. Okay, Mr. Gunderson, please proceed.
All right. Thank you. And Your Honor, we would ask that the commission mark the response to Skipjack 4-1 only as Skipjack Exhibit 18.
So marked the response to 4-1, which is only one page of
Correct.
27, is marked as Skipjack. What number?
18, I believe.
18. So marked.
And Mr. Grabowski, you sponsored this response, correct?
Yes.
And in this request, Skipjack asked U.S. Wind to provide the total amount of U.S. Wind's investment in the state of Maryland to date, supporting the development of your the 3 bids that are the subject of your application here. Correct?
Yes, that was the question.
And the answer that you provided is still correct. Is that true?
Yes, and I'd be happy to clarify if you'd like.
Well, the answer you provide is that you have the U.S. Wind has not begun tracking expenditures yet for the round 2 projects. Is that correct?
Yes, and that is because we were jointly developing both Marwin and Momentum at the same time. In 2021, we would expect to spend about $40 million in developing our offshore wind lease and both projects. And before Momentum is approved, we have not gone through the exercise of allocating expenses between Marwin and Momentum should this project be approved by the commission. It will be a real project in our minds and something we have approval to proceed with. And we will begin the exercise of allocating expenses between the 2 projects. There are a number of expenses that are common to both, such as our investment at Trade Point, our offshore surveys, our permitting efforts, all of which in 2021 alone amount to about $40 million.
Mr. Grabowski, this is Linda Crockett, the court reporter. Maybe
Yes.
if you could get a little closer to your mic. I'm getting a little breaking up. Just me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Is that better?
That's much better, yes.
Maybe I should just speak up a bit more. I'm sorry.
I hope it just wasn't me and I'm having a problem, but.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move Skipjack Exhibit 18 into evidence.
No objection. Skipjack 18 is moved into evidence.
Mr. Grabowski, U.S. Wind is proposing in its application to assist in the development of a new monopile factory, correct?
Yes, sir, we are.
Can you please turn to page 133 of the U.S. Wind application? And
Okay,
Mr. Collins, the section that I'd like to ask about is the section titled Business Structure that is marked confidential. I can either ask questions in a way that doesn't reveal any confidential information, or just asking if we can discuss this publicly.
Thank you, counsel, for that heads up. It would appear that it would be fine. We just reserve the right in case it does cross into an area of sensitivity. We will let you know, but please proceed with questions on this section of the application.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grabowski, I direct you to the second paragraph under the business structure section.
Yes.
So in the first sentence, there's a mention of the $25 million, and
that is certainly part of the confidential information.
Okay, I will not mention any more numbers then.
Thank you.
Am I correct that the amount of estimated investment identified in the first sentence of the second paragraph, that is what's included in U.S. Wind's bid 2? Is that correct?
That is included in the CapEx of the bid, yes.
Okay. And in the second sentence of the second paragraph under business structure,
Yes.
Is the figure there, is that related to your Marwin 1 commitments?
That is correct.
Is the information in the first sentence of the first paragraph under the business structure, is that confidential?
If you might, the first sentence of the first paragraph?
Yes.
Yes. It is not.
Okay. So under your proposal, U.S. Wind would develop the proposed monopile factory as a joint venture between U.S. Wind and a fabrication operations partner. Is that correct?
Yes, that is our plan, is to use both projects, Momentum and Marwin, to make the initial substantial investments in the facility and to partner with the established fabrication partner to help us build and operate the facility long term. I will tell you that maybe anticipating a question or two, we are in discussions with a number of US and European fabrication partners, and those names certainly are both confidential and subject to non-disclosure agreements.
Thank you. But U.S. Wind has not yet made a final selection on a fabrication operations partner for the monopile factory, correct?
We have not made an announcement. That's correct.
Okay. And then if for any reason this proposed monopile factory does not come to fruition, just hypothetically,
Yeah.
Would there be any consequences to U.S. Wind if the estimated level of investment that you discuss in this page 133 of your application is not actually made?
Yes, and thank you for that question, because I think it's an important one and requires a little bit of explanation. We have made in all three of our bids projections of our in-state spending, and those are the dollars that we will spend in the state of Maryland according to our current plan. And as you have rightly noted, those are projections are based on our current plan. Those projections assume that Sparrows Point is built, this facility is built, and that we fabricate our foundations, our monopiles at that facility. We have also, frankly, been under the assumption that the commission's condition from round one regarding in-state expenditures would also be in operation in this round as well. So that round one condition required the winners to spend 19% of their capital expenditures, their actual capital expenditures, in the state of Maryland. That's an explicit condition. It's our assumption that that would be a condition going forward. So with respect to the commitments, the binding commitments that we have to the state of Maryland, it would be 19% of the eventual capital expenditures of each of our projects. For a point of comparison, simply to ground you, for our 800 megawatt project, our CapEx projection right now is around $3 billion. 19% of that is $570 million. That's the amount of in-state expenditure that we are committed to. Now, that number could go higher or lower depending on our eventual CapEx, again, assuming that the mechanism round one was going to be carried over to round two. Now, drilling down specifically to Sparrows Point, in order for us to meet that 19% CapEx commitment in Maryland, our plans really rely on Sparrows Point being built, because the overwhelming majority of that in-state CapEx will be the fabrication of monopiles at Sparrows Point. So we need to build that facility in order to get to that CapEx number. Certainly, there are other ways to get to the CapEx number, but our current plan is to build that Sparrows Point facility. It's quite critical for us to build a facility to deliver those monopiles. So my apologies, Mr. Gunderson, for a long answer, but it's a bit of a complicated topic.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you. It appears we have examination by the counsel from Ocean City, Office of People's Counsel, and that's it. So we'll turn to counsel for Town of Ocean City.
Thank you, Your Honor. Elise Prouty for the Town of Ocean City. Mr. Grabowski, you talk in your direct testimony related to the communication that you had with the mayor of Ocean City related to the latest proposed projects. The mayor has expressed to you on multiple occasions the town's concerns about how close to Ocean City Shore the proposed bids 1, 2, and 3 are.
Yes, I've spoken to the mayor many times since joining US Wind a year ago. I have calls with the mayor on a very regular basis. I met with him this summer, and I can say for sure that in each one of those conversations, the mayor has expressed his desire that we move the project 20 or 30 miles away from Ocean City. And each time I've explained to him why that is impossible.
And the mayor has expressed to you repeatedly concerns about visibility of the projects.
That's my understanding of his major concern, yeah.
And when you say it's impossible to move back the projects, there could be a decrease in the number of turbines, or there could be a reconfiguration of the layout of the turbines such that they could be moved back at least slightly, but still be within US Wind's lease area, correct?
That's not correct. It would be impossible to offer the state of Maryland in any more, frankly, much more than our existing Marlin project if we were pushed to more than 20 miles away from Ocean City. We would likely be able to offer maybe only another 100 megawatts, and that would be a real shame because it would mean that Maryland legislature would never be able to see its offshore wind policy implemented. The state could never reach its 1,200 megawatt goal, and it would be a real shame for the state of Maryland.
US Wind did not make any changes to its proposed layout design or make any changes to the distance based on any feedback or concerns raised by the mayor of the town of Ocean City.
No, that's not true at all. US Wind's original proposal for this lease area included, I believe it was over 180 turbines, or at least 150 or more. We have reduced the number of turbines very substantially from the original proposals made a number of years ago. By using larger turbines, we are able to reduce the number of turbines that will eventually be deployed in that lease area. So we think we've made a very substantial change to the project.
And in reducing the number of turbines, though, you are increasing the size of the turbines, correct?
That is true.
You said that is correct, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's true. Are you still having trouble hearing me? Sorry.
No, that was okay.
Okay.
And specifically as to the bid 3, the concerns that the mayor has expressed related to the number of turbines that would be as close as 12 or 13 miles from Ocean City Shore. The US Wind has not done anything to attempt to address those concerns by the mayor, correct?
Well, again, we've substantially reduced the number of turbines from the original project layout, which also used the full lease area, which included significantly more turbines than we're proposing now. So yes, the mayor has continued to raise concerns, notwithstanding our change, and we nonetheless continue talking to the mayor and have a cordial relationship with him, but we understand that he would prefer the turbines be moved much further away.
And you don't dispute that the use of these 14 megawatt turbines at 12 miles from shore would be more visible than, let's say, an 8 megawatt turbine at 12 miles from shore, correct?
I think that's true for an individual turbine, but when you look at the entire array, having more 8 megawatt turbines than fewer 14 megawatt turbines has a different look to it. And in my view has a lower visual impact, but I also concede that that's in the eye of the beholder.
And on page 22 of US Wind's application, at the
Can you give
bottom.
me a moment? you give me a moment, please?
Yeah, I'm just directing you. It's at the bottom under coastal communities.
22.
Correct.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And where you state that the experience at the only operating offshore wind farm in America also indicates that the presence of an offshore wind farm is a net boost to the local tourism economy. Are you referring to the Block Island wind farm?
I am. It's very dear to my heart.
And are you referring to the study that was done back in 2018, 2019 related to tourism in 2017 there?
Yeah, I believe that's Professor Lang's study.
Okay. And you're aware that that just looked at any sort of increase in tourism as it relates to Airbnb properties just for 2 months in 2017, correct?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't remember all of the methodologies of that study. But the statement here is informed not only by Professor Lang's study, but also my own personal experiences as the developer of the Block Island Wind Farm. I lived through the development and construction cycle of Block Island when we began with a fair amount of skepticism at Block Island about what this wind farm might do to the island. But I also lived through the construction and the operations period when the sentiment on the island became overwhelmingly positive towards that wind farm. And as Commissioner O'Donnell noted yesterday, he's not the only person who's taken a tour out there and been sort of awestruck by how interesting it is, and many people on the island have that belief. And many people go to Block Island simply to see that wind farm, either up close or from the beach. So it is both based on Professor Lang's experience, but frankly my own.
But US Wind has not done any actual studies or any actual surveys to see what the effect of tourism is on the economy there since that 2017 study that was done by Dr. Lang, correct?
I'm sorry, studies where?
US Wind has not done any studies as to the tourism at Block Island or the effect on the tourism economy at Block Island, correct?
US Wind has done no Block Island studies, that's correct.
And you're not aware of any Block Island studies dealing with tourism there other than Dr. Lang's study, which again just looked at tourism for 2 months in 2017?
Personally, no, I am not.
Well, regardless of personally, you're not aware, correct, of any such studies?
I'm not sure how I can be aware other than personally, but yes.
And US Wind has not prepared any economic impact statements considering the potential negative impact on Ocean City's tourism from these proposed projects in this case?
No, we have not done any studies.
Okay, you've done no surveys as to any renters or property owners related to the proposed projects in Ocean City?
We have not, but my understanding is that there are studies that have included Ocean City in its analysis of offshore wind impacts to local communities. But I'm certainly not an expert on those. There are other witnesses, obviously, Professor Lang and our witness, Andrew Carr Harris, later today, who can that topic.
But I'm asking specifically related to the proposed bids and the proposed project layouts that US Wind is presenting here today. There's been no surveys, no studies done of Ocean City's renters or property owners related to proposed projects?
No.
And US Wind has not done any surveys or prepared any economic impact statements considering the potential negative impact on property values that these specific proposed projects are going to have or potentially going to have?
US Wind has not done those, no.
And does US Wind have any intent of doing any such surveys or economic impacts related to the effect on tourism or property values in Ocean City of these proposed projects?
Well, we are relying on the studies that others have done about offshore wind. There are a number of academics who are very actively engaged in this very question. And their expertise is what we rely on. And commissioners heard from Professor Lang, they'll hear from Professor Carr Harris today. And that's who we rely on those experts of that type who study this issue.
Can you name any studies that you think are pertinent here to the use of 14 megawatt turbines as close as 12 miles from shore of a large beach population such as Ocean City?
Well, again, Counselor, I would not characterize myself as an expert in any of these studies, so I would have to defer to our expert witness.
And I guess going back to my question though, US Wind has no intent of doing any such economic impact studies related to property values or tourism in Ocean City, correct?
We have no
specific projects.
Yeah, we have no current plans, but we're certainly open to that if that's something the commission would like to make a condition of our award.
I have nothing further. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Grabowski, good morning. I'm William Fields with the People's Council.
Good morning.
And I'd like to ask you a few questions about transmission upgrade costs.
Sure.
Similar to the discussions I had with some folks from Skipjack on Wednesday.
Okay.
Your bid is what's referred to as a one-part bid, meaning that the company will be responsible for the transmission upgrade costs deemed necessary by PJM. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. The current PJM interconnection process, there'll be a series of studies, and though transmission upgrade costs can go up or down as those studies progress for a whole variety of reasons of what other projects are out there, what other generation projects are out there, what retires, what other generation and transmission projects are planned. A variety of reasons can impact what PJM determines your transmission upgrade costs would be, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the state agreement approach being undertaken in New Jersey?
I am a bit familiar. I've read some news articles about it. I'm not deeply involved in it as we're not actively involved in New Jersey.
Okay. And is it your general understanding that under that approach, the state's ratepayers would take on a burden of paying for certain transmission upgrades that would be needed to interconnect offshore resources as a group, and that the customers would pay for those directly? Is that comport with your understanding?
Yes, generally.
Okay, well, now my question, or what I'm trying to get at, is if Maryland were to undertake an approach like that, if a state undertakes an approach where the customers are directly paying for transmission upgrades as opposed to paying for them through OREC prices in this case,
right?
That could wouldn't necessarily, but it could lower the transmission costs that the company will be responsible for through the PJM process, correct?
Yeah, that's a very theoretical circumstance, though, and in my view, a highly unlikely one.
Okay.
And that's, Mr. Field, simply because of the timing. These transmission projects are extremely complicated just as a general matter. And then involving multiple states, plus PJM, multiple utilities, as the commissioners can understand, that is an enormously complicated legal and regulatory process. And I can't imagine that that kind of multi-state agreement would come in place in time for all of the work to be done before we need it to be done. And so, you know, transmission is a huge issue with renewables nationally, right? We know that we need to build more transmission, big transmission lines. We need states to coordinate. Unfortunately, US has failed entirely to do that regionally across states. There are very, very few examples of those projects. And when you add the offshore element into it, even more complicated. So I don't mean to be dismissive, Mr. Field. It is, from a policy, high-level policy perspective, a great idea, and people usually nod their heads when they hear about the states getting together to do coordinated transmission planning. But as a developer, I'm extremely skeptical, and I can't imagine that it could ever happen on the time frame that Maryland wants these wind farms built by. Hypothetically, if it were to happen before we started spending money on the upgrades ourselves, then of course we would not want Maryland ratepayers to pay twice. But in my view, it's unlikely that any of that could happen before we actually have to start doing the upgrades. So a long-winded answer, but I heard you yesterday. I felt like I knew where you were going.
Yeah, I think you did. And so you answered a few questions at once, which is fine.
My apologies. It's just interesting.
No, I take your point. You know, it may be that it's a long shot. You know, I wanted to talk about both the you know, possible state agreement, which can be a single state. I suppose it could be multiple states, or the possibility of the federal government somehow directing payment, directing transmission upgrades that would be customers would be directly responsible for. But I just want to, I think for my purposes, if you're saying that you would, you know, you think it would be appropriate for there to be some type of mechanism to credit customers to avoid paying twice, if and when either the state or the federal government adopts an approach where Maryland ratepayers are directly assigned upgrade costs. If you think that would be appropriate to have some kind of crediting mechanism, you know, that's, I think, you know, I'm satisfied with that for the purposes of our discussion here. And I assume you're saying that you would be comfortable with that.
Yes, sir. I just want to clarify. So generally, yes. I want to clarify that as long as this non-US wind solution to the upgrades happens before we need to start spending money. That is, we can't wait for that to happen. We have a schedule, and that's where this really gets tricky. Again, it's really great in theory, but if through some other mechanism, all of the upgrades were achieved on the same schedule that we need them to be achieved, and therefore we don't have to spend the money, then we're happy having ratepayers not pay the higher OREC price because of the, let's say, the unspent transmission dollars. Yes.
I think that's a fair point, and I'll leave it at that. Your Honor, no more questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Grabowski.
Thank you.
Mr. Gunderson.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Grabowski. Just a few questions for you. Did you have an opportunity to read the staff witness testimony of Craig Taborski? It was previously Christopher Lowe.
Mr. Chairman, could I interrupt you real quickly? I didn't know if you wanted to let Mr. Collins do redirect first or not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was offering that to Mr. Gunderson. Yes, Mr. Collins.
I understood this might be 2 bites at the apple day.
My apologies. Any redirect, Mr. Collins? I'm sure you have some.
Mr. Chairman, if you could give me a minute to try to find that. I'm sorry, which witness was that, sir?
Mr. Grabowski, I jumped ahead. I'm going to allow your attorney to ask you more questions on redirect. So scratch my question and we'll turn it over to Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but after all that fanfare, I have no questions on redirect. Thank you for the courtesy.
But I would like to inform my counsel that I do not have witness testimony in front of me that's not my own.
Okay. Do you happen to recall reviewing the testimony of staff witness Christopher Lowe?
In all honesty, Mr. Chairman, not specifically, but I'm sure I've read it. Yes.
Okay. In that testimony, I'll attempt to refresh your recollection. He has 2 recommendations at the end of his testimony. The first is to require both wind developers to execute the ISA and CSA for the projects, and that those documents be filed with the commission prior to commencement of construction. Would you
Yes.
agree to that condition?
Yes.
Okay. And the second condition of staff witness Lowe was to require both developers to provide quarterly progress reports on the status of your wind projects. And he provides some specificity. Any objection to providing quarterly progress reports to the commission while your construction is underway?
No, sir. No objection.
Do you recall in the Maryland Energy Administration's testimony that they request that the wind developers pay into a fund at the rate of $10,000 per megawatt, and that fund would be used for research purposes? Do you recall that?
I do.
What are your thoughts and responses to that request by the Maryland Energy Administration and the Sierra Club?
Well, I think we indicated that, well, let's say in general, my answer is we will be spending a tremendous amount of money on permitting these projects. I understand the MEA's position and Sierra Club's position. If it is a condition of the order, we ask that we have the opportunity to make those payments over time as opposed to once. We will be doing a lot of studies and spending many millions of dollars. So we can agree to that. We ask that it be spread out over a few years.
Thank you. An additional question. Obviously, under the state statute, there are 3 separate years in round 2. The commission, depending on its determination in this proceeding, can exhaust the minimum of 1,200 megawatts, or we could effectively space this out over a course of 3 years. With respect to the investment tax credit offered by the federal government, can you explain to me how that would work and how that factors into the future 2 years of round 2, so specifically round 2, year 2, and round 2, year 3 in developing your proposal?
Sure. As you know, this is an interesting time to be talking about clean energy tax credits. And this morning I was trying to figure out what exactly was happening in Washington overnight this morning. And so this is obviously an evolving topic. What I can tell you specifically is that all of our bids assumed that our project, all 3 bids, would qualify for the 30% investment tax credit because that credit was renewed last December of 2020. It was renewed, I believe it was over a 10-year period. So all of our projects as currently designed would qualify for the 30% investment tax credit. Frankly, Mr. Chairman, it's quite critical that they qualify for that tax credit because it's one of the reasons why we were able to offer the pricing, the very low pricing that we've offered the state. So we expect the 30% tax credit. It was renewed in December, and we are taking steps to qualify the project for that tax credit. We actually have quite a bit of time to do that. So we see it as a very high probability that the project will qualify. there are obviously discussions in Washington about changing the tax credit, but I would anticipate that projects, for instance, let's say a project is if the commission were to hold another round of solicitations next year, for instance, I would anticipate that certainly from U.S. Wind's perspective, we would also, build in the 30% tax credit into a 2022 solicitation, because there's enough runway for near-term projects that are proposed now to qualify for that tax credit. So I hope that answered your question, but it's.
When does this proverbial runway run out, and when do the wind turbines need to be operational in order to receive the ITC?
So subject to check, Mr. Chairman, because obviously this tax stuff is pretty complicated. My recollection is that projects that begin construction before the end of 2025 will qualify as long as they are then put in service within 10 years of that date. I think it's something like that, Mr. Chairman. If I've misspoken, I will certainly confer with tax counsel, and if I've misspoken, we'll send you an errata or data. I'm not sure how to do that, but we'll get the info to you.
I believe the construction start date is December 31st of 2025.
Right.
One final question for you, sir. We've reviewed the testimony of skipjack witness Kane, who testified before us yesterday. He did suggest that if the commission approved either skipjack project 2.0 or 2.1, the commission would also be in a position to approve Marwin 1 or Momentum 1. Are we referring to the new Momentum project as Marwin 2?
Chairman, I call the project Momentum Wind. I think we have a technical legal LLC called Marwin 2. I never refer to it as Marwin 2. I always call it Momentum Wind.
Okay, well, I'll refer to this as your first of the 3 bids. So witness Kane said we could approve either of their 2 bids plus your bid number 1. Have you done any similar analysis, or what is your response to that witness's suggestion?
Well, my initial response is I don't see how you could do that and comply with the statute. We have bid a materially lower price than skipjack has bid, a very substantially lower price. So it has been really important to us that we satisfy both ratepayer tests. We stretched hard to get our costs to that level. We cut our expected returns so that we would get to that level, because I've spoken to many legislators in Maryland. I know how important the ratepayer tests are. We worked hard to get there using an industry standard methodology that could stand up and frankly was confirmed by your independent consultant. It was really important to us. I know you've got to pass the ratepayer test, and that's why we submitted a best and final. So my first response is, obviously it's up to the commission to make its own determinations of what passes the ratepayer test or not, and it's simply a consultant's assumptions. But it's very difficult for me to see, unless skipjack were to materially change its price, how that could happen. And also, it probably goes without saying that an award of skipjack at a much higher price than we have offered the state, if you were to award both, but at substantially different prices, would be, I think, a grave injustice.
Thank you. I'll turn to my colleagues for questions at this point. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Grabowski, for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to continue with, I guess, the chairman's last question. It was a general theme from Ørsted that they are one of the largest companies, that they've done many projects, to have a lot of projects underway. And in Mr. Hardy's testimony, he just commented that they feel that they've already presented a very competitive OREC, and pointed to some of the other projects along the East Coast, and said he wasn't sure how you guys could do it at the price you're offering. So maybe if you could just maybe respond to that, and give us some confidence that, this is not a risky venture that you're taking on at this price.
Yes, I really appreciate that question, Commissioner Richard. Some of you may know that I once worked at Ørsted. I was the co-CEO of Ørsted's U.S. offshore wind business for a period of time after I left Deepwater Wind, where I built the Block Island Wind Farm. So that's just a little bit of prelude of Ørsted's projects in the U.S. today. That pipeline Mr. Hardy spoke of, I was intimately involved with the solicitations of probably 3,000 megawatts of their 4,000 megawatt pipeline. So I'm quite aware of their projects and very proud to have worked at Ørsted. It's a fine company, and as you said, they are the world's leader in offshore wind. But I also know that other projects in the East Coast have been awarded contracts at pricing lower than what we had offered Maryland. And not too much lower, but lower. And there were several awards in Massachusetts, in Connecticut, and I believe even, Massachusetts and Connecticut, multiple awards, or at least 3 other projects proposed of the same size, proposed by world-class big developers that are at lower pricing. And so as we approach this, Chairman, we built up a bottoms-up sort of CapEx assumption. But CapEx is only one part of how you come up with your price. The biggest factor are your returns. How much returns? And it's up to every developer to pick how much they want to make off of a project. And, and how much contingency do you put into the project? And how much internal staffing do you put into the project? We're a lean and mean organization that relies a lot on expert consultants outside of our company. And so when we looked at the ratepayer tests in Maryland, we then compared the cost level we would need to be at past those tests. And we quickly determined that those were pretty much the cost levels that projects have been winning in the US in the last couple of years. So I think that our cost level is right in line with the cost level in a number of other projects that have won in Massachusetts. I know Ørsted didn't win bids in Massachusetts, but other companies who are also world-class developers did win there with lower prices. So we're very confident that our pricing level that we've offered Maryland is pretty consistent with what we've seen in the most recent round of projects. I also developed the Block Island Wind Farm. That was a hard one, the first one in the US, and it took a long time. And we did that by putting a team together, a world-class team. And I came to US Wind a year ago to put a world-class team together. And we have built subject matter experts in our company to help deliver this project. And we also rely on world-class experts like Mott MacDonald, one of the biggest electrical engineering firms in the world, as our owner's engineer on transmission electrical work. K2 Management, one of the most experienced offshore construction consultancies to help us build these projects. So we've got a really solid plan. And we're very fortunate to have Apollo Global Management as our minority investor. They're the largest investment firm in the world, well over $400 billion of assets. And they've committed hundreds of millions of dollars to develop US Wind's platform and recruited me into this company to partner with the Toto Group and the team that was here to make this a world-class team, a world-class project that we can deliver. And I'm very, very confident that the legislature in Maryland was right. They came up with a ratepayer test that pretty much aligns with what it costs to build an offshore wind farm. So, Commissioner, I hope that answers your question, but we're really passionate about this. And frankly, take a lot of, I don't want to say we take umbrage at it, but we worked hard to put our bid together. And we're very confident that we can do it. And it's certainly not going to be easy. These projects are all hard, but we're a Maryland-based company committed to making it happen here. We don't have to bid for projects in Massachusetts and New Jersey. We don't have to satisfy any other state. We don't have a decision to make. Are we going to bid low in Maryland or are we going to bid low in New York? We're here in Maryland. We bid low in Maryland because this is where we're based. I want to build Sparrows Point Steel. I want to build well over 1,000 megawatts for Maryland. And that's why we bid as low as we did. And that's why I'm here today telling you how passionate we are about this project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer. And the only other question I wanted to ask, really kind of, as I mentioned to the Ørsted witnesses, I'm interested very much in the question that OPC raised about things that are happening in the transmission and transmission interconnection space. And it would just simply, I tend to agree with you. I doubt anything's going to happen in a time frame that might be helpful for this project. But I still think it's an important protection for Marylanders to make sure we don't pay twice should FERC or PJM move any quicker than it has, and I have very little faith that PJM is going to move any quicker. But if you could, provide at least for me, what would be a good condition that is reasonable to your company, and that again would offer those protections, because I don't personally would want to just try to figure it out myself. But I think it might be something, and again, this is not an on the spot question, and I did ask Ørsted for the same. I haven't heard back from them, but anyway, if you could just give that some thought, and that otherwise, but that's not really a question, but a comment, I guess, request. And I thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Kowalski. I had a question for you from your direct testimony on page 7, where you were discussing the company's MBE goals.
Yes, sir.
In there, you specifically referenced that the company has set ambitious MBE goals. I did not see a specific, what we would call measurable number set. In the skipjack testimony, I saw a percentage of 29% spend with a 10% commitment to small business. What is U.S. Wind's commitment?
Commissioner, I believe in our application we have indicated a 15% commitment. It is in the MBE section of the application.
Okay, and could you explain to me how the company chose the percentage of 15? What went into that, goal setting?
Yes, Commissioner. So we have been working to build up our own internal team to help us with MBE and small business research outreach. We have a 3-person MBE team led by Mr. Maynard Smith, who led the MBE efforts at the National Harbor Casino project. When I first came to Maryland a number of years ago, I asked folks which projects had been pretty successful in meeting MBE goals, and fairly consistently heard that the casino project did a pretty good job. So I sought out Mr. Smith, and Mr. Smith and his 2 colleagues, Mr. Hill, have been helping us put together an entire program. We've begun outreach to minority contractors associations. I think we're actually being honored by one of the minority contractors associations next month. And Mr. Smith has helped us put not only the goals together, but more importantly, an action plan on how we're going to get to those goals. Outreach, mentorships, partnering small and minority businesses with bigger contractors, breaking up big contracts so that there are pieces that minority firms can participate in. So it's a goal plus a plan. And certainly, Commissioner, if you think our goal isn't ambitious enough, I'm happy to consider a higher one. But I want to make sure, I'll be working with Mr. Smith and his team, and frankly, our whole team, to make sure that whatever plans we have, we can actually achieve them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That actually was my next question, related to my next question and my last question. Is this the company's final goal, or are you planning on moving it hopefully upwards in the future as your project develops, assuming the project is accepted by the commission?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the 15% I don't view as a cap. I want to blow through that number. And I'll say that, Sparrows Point is important to us. Our Sparrows Point steel facility, located where it is. The communities near there are hungry for jobs. And as we indicated in our application, we have partnerships with the United Steelworkers to staff that facility and with the construction building trades in the DC, Maryland area. And an initial part of our conversation with both of those unions was the need to recruit and train local minority individuals to participate, not only in our project, but to have careers in this industry. And so we're really going to be relying on organized labor to help us with the staffing, the individual human beings who need training, things like that. And then our project team is going to be working with local companies who can also help. So, this is a big, important part of our plan. And we're based in Baltimore. I'm on East Pratt Street, and we understand that the community needs to come along with this industry. And frankly, the clean energy industry has not done a great job in bringing minorities along. And so it is, as a Maryland company, this is a really important part of us, of what we're about. The the environmental justice issue is very important. It's important to our plans. And it's one of the reasons why Sparrows Point Steel is so exciting, because I think that helps us reach a lot of those goals. Long-winded answer, sir, but 15% is a floor for us.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Grabowski, for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions. Mr. Grabowski, good to see you again. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I guess building on some of Commissioner Linton's last questions, you probably heard me asking this of Mr. Hardy.
Yeah.
The ability or the flexibility of your company to adjust this. You recall that in round one, the parties, I believe, responded to competitive forces and made significant adjustments to their applications during the pendency of the proceedings. How willing is U.S. Wind to similarly make adjustments to help the state of Maryland reach its goals and maximize its potential, maybe in both lease areas?
Yeah. Well, sir, the short answer is, of course, we have flexibility. We want to make this work. We want Maryland to achieve its goals. We want to make sure the ratepayers are protected. And it's the reason, sir, that we started with a really competitive bid, in my view. And it's the reason why we responded to best and final by lowering our price again. And so if there are things that are important to the commission that help you get to a decision in our favor, we're absolutely open to it. What I can say, sir, is that we've given a very low price, and it's one that is substantially lower than the competition here. We really don't have room to go lower. And as I mentioned before, should the commission decide to make multiple awards, I think it's fair for everyone to have the same price. And that, to me, that would be pretty important. Having said that, I can say that we've offered you a low price that does not allow for things like lowering the OREC price if our CapEx comes in lower than it is today. We've basically said, we've given you a fixed price, and the OREC price really can't change. We can't have the risk that it goes lower. To the extent that you want those kinds of savings mechanisms incorporated into our project, then we could do that. We could entertain that with a slightly higher price, slightly higher OREC price. So there are different ways to skin the cat here, should you be open to that. But obviously, Commissioner, if there are things that are important to you or other commissioners, I'm all ears.
Let me follow down the same path a little bit further. In round one, I seem to remember we instituted a 80-20 sharing requirement condition
Right.
that required the companies to share future savings on a 80-20 basis with the ratepayers.
Right.
Are you amenable to a similar condition going forward? I think I just heard you say no lower rec price, but
yeah.
What if you get a higher ITC or other grants or other, infrastructure monies that significantly lower and our savings realized? Clarify.
Yes, Commissioner. Let me address a couple of different issues there. If there are new grants from the federal government or different type of ITC or higher ITC than we have already assumed in our application, then we would be willing to have a sharing mechanism with the ratepayers. So we're not trying to get extra stuff that we didn't plan for. But with respect to the CapEx, we have said that our bid is conditioned on not having a CapEx savings mechanism because we already gave you a really low price, and to have to cut it yet again if CapEx goes lower, but it can never go higher, in my view, is kind of an unfair mechanism. It only goes down, it can never go up, and we take all the risk, and we gave you a rock bottom price. So if you want the savings, Commissioner, if you're thinking, well, whether it's transmission costs or CapEx, then a slight increase in our price, and we can give that kind of downward savings mechanism. That it's just a concept. I don't have a number for you, but I'm just trying to give you the concept.
Fair enough. A slight increase in price doesn't tickle my ear very much because I'm trying to figure out how to get these in under the caps.
Yeah.
So generally, would it be fair to say the company's amenable to conditions similar to the ones we had in round one?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
and in fact, we've assumed a number of them. Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell me what the status of the BOEM application on Marwin 1 is?
Yes, sir. We submitted it at the end of 2020, and we are deeply engaged with BOEM, answering many questions that they have. We are anticipating getting sort of the next sort of step in the process in the next couple of months. It's called a NOI. We're obviously dependent on BOEM to make that decision. But we submitted it in end of 2020. We're working hard to push it through the BOEM process to get to the next step. We don't anticipate withdrawing it, and we're just working hard to get it as soon as we can.
All right, fair enough. And you heard my questions before about my sense that other states are jumping ahead of Maryland, even though we were a first mover, and that's annoying to me, especially when I go to regional or national conferences and my colleagues are pounding their chest, and I'm thinking, hang on here, you're not the first. We were one of the first ones. We were a first mover. Why are you jumping ahead of us here?
Commissioner, I heard that, and I've been thinking about it since I heard you say it, because there's something I wanted to say in response to that. I get your concern, and I've been involved in this industry in the U.S. since 2008, and in that time period, the U.S. has constructed 7 turbines. All the other projects that are supposedly ahead, all the states that are supposedly ahead of Maryland, are all ahead on paper right now. And so the difference between where Maryland's projects are and where New York, Massachusetts is a matter of a year or two, give or take. And we'll see who actually builds out fastest. The other thing that I will say is, as you have seen in this proceeding, it's pretty impressive, the economic development proposals that have been, made in this proceeding by both applicants. My view is that Maryland is punching well above its weight. Maryland's program, from a megawatt perspective, statute, is the smallest of kind of the big states, right? It's Massachusetts program is over 5,000 megawatts. New York is 9,000. New Jersey 7,000. Maryland's got roughly 1,600 megawatt program between round one and the next legislation. But I think Maryland is going to end up with, depending on how you make an award here, Maryland's going to end up with as much local content as they're going to end up with in Massachusetts. So, I think Maryland is doing quite well. That's not to say that I don't share your frustration that things should be faster. US wind needs to be faster. We need to do more faster. And the whole industry does, but I can only help, my own company. So I've been wanting to say that since I heard you say it yesterday, Commissioner, because I share the frustration, but there's more perspective as well.
I'm glad to hear that you haven't put your round one application on hold.
No, sir.
Okay, lastly, how many employees in Maryland to date does US Wind have?
We have 16 employees total. Half of them are in Maryland. They all work out of our Baltimore office, some commute.
When do you expect more jobs in Maryland to be created?
Yeah, we're hiring people almost, every month. It's sort of small numbers in the near term. I just joined the company a year ago. We've hired about 14 people since I joined the company, with a couple of new coming. The big chunk will be when we start moving on the Sparrows Point facility. 2022, we'll have some building construction going on there, and that will require us to start ramping up locally. We have no other place to put people, right? It's only Maryland.
And did I hear you say earlier your operations center is going to be at Sparrows Point as well?
At least some of it, yeah. We're contemplating a couple different splits, but Sparrows Point's really important to operations for us as well. We've got a great facility there. It's, as you know, huge shipyard. We've got about 90 acres there, and it has multiple uses. Something that gets a little confusing. We talk about Sparrows Point Steel being there, but it's also our marshaling yard, and we're going to use it for some operations as well. So it's a multi-use facility that we're planning.
And what is the status of developing a port facility in the ocean?
Yeah. So I'm sorry. I thought I heard what you said, but I want to make sure I heard it.
What is the status of developing a port facility in the vicinity of your lease area?
Yeah, in the Ocean City area. Yeah, we have a real estate team working hard, talking to a lot of property owners right now. It's a pretty challenging area, to be frank. There's not a lot of great real estate. So I'm very hesitant to get too far into the details because there are only a handful of property owners that have the good stuff. So we are actively engaged with a number of property owners right now.
Okay. One last question, Mr. Chairman. Explain to me, based on your experience and knowledge of this industry, how two lease areas in the same general geographic proximity can have such a different wind capacity profile.
Yeah, I'll do my best here. Mr. Filipelli can certainly supplement because he's a wind expert. It's not that so right now everyone's making assumptions about what capacity factors are, right? This is not a hard and fast thing. We're all making assumptions. Both companies are making assumptions because the capacity factor has a number of factors that go into it, a number of elements. It's the machine, how it operates. It's the wind speed. And then there are other factors that are called technical losses. How much loss do you lose on the electrical system, on the lines, those sorts of things. So to come to the bottom line, let's say capacity factor that you assume, you have to make a bunch of assumptions. And it's a pretty complicated exercise. I think it's fair to say that we made more conservative assumptions on the capacity factor estimates than Skipjack did. We might be right, they might be right. We're using different data sets. So it's actually not unusual for there to be differences in your assumed capacity factors. Mr. Filipelli can explain a lot of this technical stuff, but that's how I think of it. From my perspective, the implication here, if we're wrong, if US wind is too conservative and there's more production, it means that extra production that we're getting isn't going to get the OREC price. It's going to get the market price, which is going to be substantially lower. So if there's more production than we assume, then people in the region are going to get all the clean energy benefits of the extra production. You know, they're going to get all the renewable energy benefits, but we'll only get the market price instead of the OREC price. So as you compare the two, there are a lot of ways that the two bids are different. And that's one of the reasons why there's so much more revenue from the ratepayers going to the skipjack bids than to the U.S. wind bids. It's one of the elements.
All right, fair enough. It's just, you might understand from at least a very layman's perspective, if you will, why wind blowing off the Delmarva onto fan blades that
I know
that are effectively the same machine have such a different estimate in their ability to produce power. So
I do.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Grabowski.
Good morning.
I have a couple questions based on your testimony here today, and then some based on your written testimony. Now, I wasn't sitting on the bench during round one, so help me understand when you say 19% of the eventual capital spend, what precisely do you mean by capital spend? 19% of what?
Yes, that is the capital, the CapEx. It's the short-term phrase, but it's the cost of constructing project, the hard costs, the cost of the turbines, the cost of the cables, the cost of the project management, all that sort of thing. The applications, Commissioner, contain the CapEx assumptions by category, and it's all totaled up. And so the applications, our application, contains our current projection of the CapEx. Obviously, that will change over time. It could be higher, it could be lower. Certainly, individual categories will change. But my understanding of the condition from the round one order is that our obligation is to spend 19% of whatever that CapEx ends up being, whether it's higher or lower than our original projections, 19% of that number.
Okay, so does that CapEx number include the O&M contract that you would enter into to operate the plant? I mean, operate the turbines?
It generally does not. It does not. That would be an operational expenditure.
Well, that's what I was wondering, because that, to me, that doesn't sound like CapEx, but I just wanted to make sure that that's not, so that's not part of the 19%.
Correct.
Okay, tell me what page specifically there's a summary of your projected CapEx.
I'll try. I'll try. If council can help, that would be appreciated. And I will note, Commissioner, that we have designated our CapEx as confidential. The details, the numbers.
That's fine. Just tell me, I'd like to know specifically if there is a summary chart of your CapEx where I might find that.
Yes.
Herman, I believe it's in the neighborhood of page 221 of the application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will note that the way the application is structured is that the CapEx, and you're right, it starts on 220, 221. The CapEx is actually on two tables. There's a table for in-state CapEx and a table for out-of-state CapEx. And so I'm not sure whether we have a separate table that has all the CapEx.
Yeah, and so I mean, is the commitment to 19% of the in-state or 19% of the total?
Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner Herman, may I suggest, if you're amenable, to allow the witness to find all the relevant tables, that now may be a good time for us to take a brief recess.
That's fine. That's fine, Mr. Chairman. And also, if it's not in all one place, I'll probably ask, if it's not already prepared in one place, I might ask for it, but you go ahead and take a break and look for it, and we'll figure that out after the break.
It should be in one place, and I apologize if it is.
Okay, we'll take a 15-minute recess. We are in recess until 11:50 a.m. Thank you. We are back on the record in case number 9666. Returning to examination by Commissioner Herman.
So, Mr. Grabowski, did you find a page or do we need a
Yes.
data request? Okay.
No, I have a pretty good page for you. It's 213. If we can look at that page, it's also marked confidential. So I can talk about this without talking about numbers, but the numbers are the confidential part.
Okay. So which number are we talking 19% of? You can just tell me the line. You don't have to tell me the dollar figure.
Yes, it'll be the addition of two lines. The bold line that says developer cost plus the bold line that says construction capex. It'll be 19% of the sum of those two.
Okay, and is that summed up somewhere?
I don't believe it is, Commissioner.
So it's that developer cost number plus construction capex number.
Yes.
All right.
And that's because the round one condition, my recollection, referred to the cost to development and construction costs of the project. So that would be those two numbers.
Okay, and are those dollars in, is that actual dollars or
Yes.
is that in, do I add zeros to any of those numbers or no?
Nope, those are actual dollars. Those are nominal dollars as spent. And so the clarification that I will give you here, Commissioner, is that this is our current projection, but the way the condition in round one work, it would be based on the actuals after the dollars are spent. So there's a sort of a true up or auditing mechanism, is my understanding of how it would work. So it would be based on the actuals at the end of the day. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
I think you did.
I'm looking at the numbers.
At it.
I'm looking at the numbers and no, that number's not right. You need to add 3 zeros to those numbers.
Thank you. I was
I'm
thinking.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm thinking.
Yeah. Our
Yeah.
price would have been a lot lower.
Yeah, I was like, that can't be right. All right.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. So yeah, it's, that's right. Okay, thanks. Okay. So when you projected the economic benefits, and you said in response, I think, to the chairman's question, that there's, that there were going to be lots of studies and many millions of dollars. Where would I find that number? If assuming that's a confidential number, where's that number? And well, first tell me where that number is.
Yeah, that number would be embedded in the developer costs. It's in that category. Generally
all
speaking,
the studies and the many millions of dollars, it's all included in that cost.
Yeah, generally speaking, most of it is in that developer cost. There certainly could be some that are in the category below, but it's generally in the developer cost, depending on the individual issue. You can think of developer costs as things that happen before construction. It tends to be let's call them the soft costs.
Well, what about like the economic benefits of labor and all of that? Is that in there or is that somewhere else? Because that's a little confusing to me.
It's mostly in the construction costs. So the cost of labor is embedded in those categories. So if you take, for instance, foundation procurement as an item, those numbers include both the cost of materials, raw goods, but also the costs of employment of the individuals who will be doing that work at Sparrows Point.
Okay, and are there, well, I mean, I did send out a data request asking for like specifically all of the economic benefits. So hopefully that will clear this up, because it's a little confusing to me how you know, how the economic benefits are.
We are working on that data response for you and expect to have it shortly. I think,
Okay.
Commissioner, the general way to think of it is the economic benefits generally flow out of the dollars that we're spending. In some cases, those economic benefits are, you know, buying something locally. In other cases, it's hiring someone locally. Or it could be building something locally. It depends on the issue. And you know, we have this economics report. It's called the EBP. That's the consulting firm that we used. They took all of these categories. And I believe there are even many subcategories, frankly. And we told EBP how much of that work we're doing in state. And then they, using their economic models, translate that into different kind of economic outputs, whether it's income added to the state or the number of jobs, that sort of thing. So there's a full report in the application that discusses those things. It's called the EBP report. And I don't have the exhibit number in front of me though.
And who would I ask about questions about that report?
I can certainly help. Between myself and Mr. Filipelli, I'm sure that we can answer most of your questions.
Okay, so my next question is, you know, how it appears to me that a lot of the testimony, Mr. Filipelli's testimony, and your testimony today says that you're relying on experts, lots of different kind of experts, and you named a number of them here.
Sure.
Do you already have contracts in place for the pricing of those experts to construct the Momentum 1, 2, and 3?
Short answer is yes, but it certainly requires some explanation. The way we are structured and sort of our philosophy of, let's call it our corporate philosophy, is I've hired a team of people who work for US Wind who are subject matter experts. We have a gentleman who's built multiple offshore wind farms. Albert Klug, he's a Dutchman. He's described in our filing. He oversees construction. We have another expert, Jenner Gotianko, who is in charge of our transmission. So we have a number of experts, including my chief operating officer, David Hang, who financed the first offshore wind farm in the United States. We have high-level team. I call them, you know, it's the A team. It's a SWAT team approach. We have, or let's call it a special forces team, really high-level people who are experts in their fields. They are responsible for finding contractors and technical resources to deliver individual scopes. And so we have this high-level team of executives internally in US Wind. We outsource our technical needs from companies like K2 Management and Mott McDonald, who provide us things like electrical engineering experts and those sorts of things. And that is sort of the overall, call it project management, executive management of the project. Ultimately, we, just as Skipjack will, offshore wind developers will hire contractors to actually execute the work. And at the end of the day, for every offshore wind farm, whether in the US or anywhere else in the world, the execution, the actual physical work, will be done by contractors. Generally speaking, quite a few contractors. Some of them will be Maryland-based contractors, and some will be global contractors. We've discussed, for instance, GE is a great example. GE is a company that we're in commercial negotiations with to supply the turbines. So obviously US Wind is not building the turbines, GE is building them, they will deliver them, and they will commission them. They will send workers out there to help commission the project. And so there are other examples like that. Our job at US Wind is to manage the process. I don't turn wrenches, we don't hire people to turn wrenches. We hire contractors to do that work. So my job is to oversee this management of the project find high-level folks who can work with contractors, select them, and manage them. And that's how we're structured.
Sure, I get that, but my question is,
Yeah.
have you already entered into contracts with those contractors, below the level, of your A team? Have you already entered into contracts
No,
with them to build this project?
no, we have not.
Okay.
We would not enter into that until we had an award from the PSC. Before that, we don't have a project.
Okay, so what about your financing? You haven't entered into specific agreements with respect to financing the project, have you?
Well, we do have commitments from our existing equity owners who are funding the development phase of our full portfolio here in Maryland. So,
right,
yes.
But you have that for trying to get an award of OREX to build it, and then after that.
Not just trying to get. I mean, we've spent $40 million this year in site investigations, permitting, engineering, all those sorts of things. So. We have several hundred millions of dollars of committed development capital to get this project to a financial close. Eventually, our project will be built like many big infrastructure projects, like many clean energy projects in the United States. It'll be project financed. We will.
Right, and so what I'm saying is that project finance isn't in place yet.
Certainly not. No. We're a number of years away from that financing.
Okay. So understanding that we have to get all of our contractors in place, we have to get, you have to get your financing in place. How confident are you that this can get done? 800 megawatts, let's pick two, let's pick in the middle.
Sure.
800 megawatts can get built by 2026. That's practically 4 years from now.
Yes, that's true. I'm quite confident. But of course, I can't give you an ironclad guarantee. Certainly no one else in this business can give you a guarantee. That's why we have provisions for project delays and things like that in these types of awards. I'm quite confident, though, for a number of reasons. This market in the United States is very active. There are many developers and investors coming into the U.S. offshore wind market. There are also many contractors who are itching for business in this industry. So there is a wealth of contracting experience coming from Europe, coming from the United States to build all of these projects up and down the East Coast. There's also a great deal of investment interest in offshore wind projects. And we have the backing from the world's largest investor at Apollo. U.S. Wind was Apollo's very first investment in offshore wind anywhere in the world. This is their offshore wind platform. They are extremely sophisticated investors. And that is quite the vote of confidence in our projects and our companies. We also benefit from the fact that when we started permitting our Marwin, we permitted our entire lease area. We didn't split it up into different permitting regimes, COPs. We are going to get, when the Marwin COP permitting approval is approved, it will also cover the Momentum Wind project. So it's not as if, so the head start that Marwin investment has given us in Maryland helps tremendously in keeping Momentum on track. So there isn't a separate BOEM approval, a separate BOEM COP for Momentum Wind. So that certainly helps, and certainly helps the timeline. But overall, Commissioner, this is a very attractive project to build, and I'm quite confident we'll have contractors and financing in place to do it.
Okay, so as you said, you can't guarantee, and in fact, nobody could guarantee that the project could be built. Would you be amenable to some sort of a schedule of milestones that would hold the project developer, in this case US Wind or Momentum, whichever you prefer, accountable to getting it built? Because you see, our problem is that we have a ratepayer impact test, and if we were to approve one or two projects as part of this this bid round. You know, we might say, okay, well, you know, we might hit that cap, that projected cap, and then we've sort of said, okay, we're not going to take any future bids. But then it, you know, a project doesn't get built, and we've lost out on potential future bids. So, you know, in an effort to try to avoid that, is there something that we could do as a commission to sort of effectively hold you and your investors' feet to the fire?
Sure. I suppose there is. I'll note that there, under your existing program, Commissioner, there is an OREC schedule of prices that extends for an additional, I think it's 5 years, to account for project delays. That's embedded in your OREC regulations. So as long as we can come up with some milestones that comport with your regulations and the way the OREC program is structured, you know, I think the one thing that I would caution you about is that, as Commissioner O'Donnell has noted, you know, there are 7 offshore wind turbines, 7 in the United States today. This is an industry that is still, you know, largely in its infancy. And there are a number of things that are, you know, difficult to predict. Neither project in Maryland has begun construction. It's not only U.S. Wind that is behind its original schedule. So, you know, I would note that it would be impossible for us to make investments of the nature that we're currently making if there were, you know, a really hard deadline. If you miss this date, the whole thing goes away. That isn't a reasonable type of deadline. So can we have milestones? Yes, but the program does currently contemplate schedule changes as it exists.
Right. And I understand that. And, you know, I'm sure that you understand our dilemma that, you know, for example, you know, if we do project to hit that 88-cent cap, then we are foreclosing other bids. And that is difficult for us as well. So, you know, that is one of our problems. Help me out with your new bid 2. I think in your application, you said that you just can't build 800 megawatts, you know, in that 4-year period, but now you say that you can. So what has changed to enable you to build all 800 megawatts of the new bid 2 by 2026?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. We went back to the principal contractor, the turbine supplier, and confirmed that they could deliver the turbines in time. And when pressed, they were able to confirm that they could do so. And that really was the last, let's say, project component that was slipping into the early part of 27 under our original proposal. When it became clear to us that objections were being raised to our original COD schedule, we went back to contractors and we said, can we push this? Can we get it delivered faster? And we have confirmation that they can, so we've adjusted our construction schedule.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grabowski, you said to the chairman that it would be a grave injustice if we were to award projects with different OREC prices, but I'm a little confused with how we don't end up doing that, considering the fact that these bids are all confidential. So, you know, how is it we balance that your grave injustice with the fact that, you know, these bids are confidential?
I suppose I can say what happened last time, Commissioner. The commission offered the lowest price to both bidders, and it was take it or leave it. Take the low price and proceed or don't. And, you know, again, Commissioner, we worked hard to make sure we passed the ratepayer test using a real look at the test, not assuming, not making assumptions about not making very significant assumptions about a world that most experts think are not reasonable, frankly. you've heard from at least two experts, including your own expert, about how to do a calculation about ratepayer impact. We followed that test. We're trying to do it the right way here. Down the middle of the fairway on the ratepayer test. And then when we realized that we had to squeeze our project costs even a bit more in order to pass the test, that's what we did. We didn't come in here and say, we don't care what the ratepayer test is. We're going to bid what we're going to bid. We're not going to change our bid. I've talked to a lot of legislators in Maryland. I know they think the ratepayer test is important. We've heard from Mr. Rure yesterday the enormous difference in revenues between the two bids. And I really do think it really troubles me, the thought of two bids, two projects next to each other getting wildly different prices, and I've never heard about it in any other place, no other state in the United States. So I don't know how else I can say it. I suppose there is perhaps a way for ICF to do revised calculations and give everyone a higher price and make higher assumptions about the market forecast, some middle ground forecast. And perhaps that's a way to get everything filling out your 1,200. I would also note that it is, perhaps you don't want to do another round, but it certainly is possible to make an award this time and have another round. People can rebid. So.
Absolutely, that is very possible. So referring to the supporting exhibits for the new bid that came in yesterday, the new bid 2.
Okay.
I don't know if we have to, hopefully we don't have to go into any kind of confidential session, but it was unclear to me if the revised bid 2 has a larger ratepayer impact than bids 1 and 3. And also, how does that OREC price compare to the revised, how does the OREC price compare to the revised bid 2 versus the original? So
Yes.
if you can talk with that in just generalities,
yeah,
that's okay.
I can. The overall impact of the revised bid 2 is to lower the overall cost of bid 2 to ratepayers. So we did that by changing the escalation rate from years 2 through 20. So the original escalation rate, I don't care if this is confidential or not. The original escalation rate was about 2% a year. It was a flat 2%. We reduced that to a lower number, and the effect of that, we changed, nothing else on the price. We just lowered the escalation rate. So the net impact of all of that is that the levelized cost or the average cost went down.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say the other impact and why the escalation change was the important part, Commissioner, is that the non-residential ratepayer test is an annualized test. So each year of that 20 years, you've got to check. And so in order to pass each year, we changed the escalations because there were a couple of years in particular, I think, where a little reduction in the escalation rate allows us to pass the test of those years.
Right. Yes, I noticed that number there on that.
Yes.
On that bid 2. Yes, I did
But you'll
notice
see
that
that
number.
the prices are a little. They're not sort of a flat line escalation because again, we took this ratepayer test really seriously. We're trying to pass it.
Okay. So in the very last page of your rebuttal testimony,
okay,
and I don't think there's any numbers in this, lines 49 through 50. You make sort of a
you give me one
general
moment
statement.
here.
Sure.
Fortunately, I'm a washing paper right now. Council didn't take my rebuttal. Someone's delivering it. Thank you. Okay, I have it in front of me.
Okay, the very last page, which I think is page 4.
Yes.
That line 49 through 50, I don't think that's confidential, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not.
Mr. Collins, you're okay with that?
Yes, Commissioner, please proceed.
Thank you. So, where in the application do you discuss all of these risks that you've taken into effect? Is there a place where I can go back and talk about all the risks that you've taken into account?
I don't think it is. I think it is what I was referring to there, Commissioner, is the nature of our bid is a fixed price OREC. That is, we can never get more than what we have bid here, no matter what happens to the project. So we have taken all risk that the cost of the project will be higher to build it, that the costs will be higher to operate it, that the wind farm will produce the energy we're expecting it to. All of those things are on us, and we bid a really low price. So that's what I was referring to.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you very much, Mr. Grabowski. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Do council have questions based on the commissioner's questioning?
No, Your Honor. U.S. Wind has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, well, we'll move on. Mr. Collins, you may call your next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while we make a transition, I'd like to call Mr. Matt Filipelli to the stand. It'll take us just one moment and he'll be in place. Thank you.
Mr. Filipelli, we saw you for a moment. If you could turn your camera back on.
Sure.
Okay, there we go. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your witness, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon, Mr. Filipelli.
Good afternoon.
For the record, please, would you please state your employer, title, and business address?
I'm employed by U.S. Wind. My title is Technical Director, and the business address is 401 East Pratt Street, Baltimore, Maryland.
And do you have before you your direct testimony in this case dated August 25th, 2021?
I do.
And there are both public and confidential versions. Do you have those?
I have the public version and the confidential version as well.
Thank you. And Your Honor, because there are a number of testimonies here, I'm going to break this up. I wonder if we could go ahead and ask that the direct testimony of Mr. Matt Filipelli be marked as U.S. Wind Exhibit 3. That would be the public version, and that the confidential version of the direct testimony of Matt Filipelli be marked as U.S. Wind Exhibit 3C.
So marked.
Mr. Filipelli, do you also have before you your supplemental direct testimony in this case?
I do.
And there are, again, both public and confidential versions, correct?
Correct.
And the date of those testimonies is September 24th, 2021, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, I would like for those testimonies to be marked as first, U.S. Wind Exhibit number 4 would be the public version of the supplemental direct testimony of Matt Filipelli.
So marked.
And the confidential version of the supplemental direct testimony of Mr. Filipelli, we would ask be marked as U.S. Wind Exhibit 4C.
So marked.
And finally, Mr. Filipelli, do you have before you your rebuttal testimony, public version only?
Yes.
And that would be rebuttal testimony filed on October 18, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the public rebuttal testimony of Mr. Filipelli be marked as U.S. Wind Exhibit 5.
So marked.
Thank you. Mr. Filipelli, was this testimony and the exhibits prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, corrections, or updates to the testimony?
No.
Are the answers in your testimony true and accurate to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
Would your testimony be the same today as it was when your testimony was originally filed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, if there are no objections, I would ask that U.S. Wind Exhibits 3, 3C, 4, 4C, and 5 be admitted into the record.
With no objection, the aforementioned exhibits are moved into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Curran.
Yes, Mr. Filipelli. My name is Joseph Curran. I'm a counsel for Skipjack in this proceeding. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, I just have a few questions for you, sir. First, you are the technical director for the U.S. Wind projects. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you provided testimony in connection with the application that was filed by U.S. Wind in June of this 2021, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, the portions of that application are connection with Section 2, which is the project information section.
Yes, generally.
Let me ask you, and you can answer questions generally about Section 2 of the application.
Yes.
You've heard in this, let me ask you, have you heard, there's been some discussion, and I don't want to get into the specific numbers, Mr. Filipelli, because I understand that they are confidential, but there's been some discussion of the different capacity factors between the U.S. Wind projects and the Skipjack projects. Have you heard some of that discussion?
I have heard some of it, yes.
Yeah, I understand in your application that earlier this year in May of 2021, U.S. Wind deployed a meta-ocean buoy to collect wind data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that the wind buoy does is collect speed measurements in the lease area.
Mm-hmm.
And that would inform U.S. Wind of the energy production estimates for your project. Is that correct?
When sufficient data is collected, yes, that's true.
Okay. And in your application that was filed in June, you filed a preliminary energy assessment and summary of energy yield report. That's correct?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that none of the data from the buoy was utilized in the preparation of that preliminary energy assessment?
None of the data from our buoy was incorporated in that energy aspect outside of reasonableness checks from the available information from the buoy at the time. we did incorporate observations from regional buoys, specifically the NOAA buoy that sits between our project and Skipjack, but no wind speeds from the buoy were directly used in that application.
That's right. Not from the buoy that you deployed in May of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Miss Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Certainly.
My first question is to go to the Sparrow Point Steel Facility. It's my understanding that U.S. Wind just entered into a lease agreement with Trade Point Atlantic for the location of that facility. Is that correct?
That's correct. We signed the lease in August.
Does that lease cover the entire gamut of what you expect to do at Sparrow Point, or is it just for that first phase?
As I understand it, it's for the first phase and expandable to meet any additional needs.
Okay. And I believe Mr. Grabowski stated, and if I got this wrong, please correct me, that the first phase is expected to be operational in 2022. Is that correct?
The first phase of the
Sparrows Point, the monopole assembly and other matters, the $77 million commitment.
Sure. So the pre-construction work and substantial improvements are expected to start in the range of 2022, with facility coming online for whatever phase of construction is awarded to it later, basically in the 23 to 24 timeframe to support overall project construction.
Is it your anticipation that it would be complete, that phase at least would be completed in time to support construction of phase one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Sparrows Point Steel is going to be supporting both the Marwin and the Momentum projects, whatever shape they take.
Okay. Now, has U.S. Wind done any studies or analysis with regard to what emissions will occur during the operation of either phase one of this facility or the entirety of the facility once it's complete?
I'm going to defer that question to my colleague, witness Jawitz. She's speaking a little bit later today, and she can answer that better than I.
That's fine. My other questions pertain to the O&M facility. It's my understanding that you are still narrowing down the location for that facility?
That's correct.
Skipjack has committed to have their O&M facility be emissions free. Is U.S. Wind willing to make such a commitment as well?
We have not made such a commitment, and I would defer that question to specifically around the planning of that to Mr. Grabowski. We are open to discussing it, but it's not our current plan.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Pardee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Elise Prouty on behalf of the town of Ocean City. Mr. Filipelli, I have some questions for you about your rebuttal testimony. Is it correct that U.S. Wind is committing that for all of its bids, it would use the Aircraft Detection and Lighting System, ADLS, if it's available?
If it's available, or a superior or equivalent system is available to improve the overall performance and visibility balance. So yes, we are committing that.
And the ADLS or any similar superior product is not currently available in the marketplace, correct?
There are systems that are being proposed and spec'd out as far as the configurations as modifications of onshore systems. So we anticipate pending approval by BOEM and an appropriate and functional system for our site that we would use it.
But you don't know for certain if and when such technology will be commercially available for offshore wind?
I'm not clear that it's not commercially available now. So we're anticipating it's commercially available and approvable in that time frame.
All right, well, is it your testimony that the ADLS is currently approved for use on offshore wind turbines?
Per the notice of intent for the Vineyard project, that is a condition of their approval going forward. So our understanding is that that's an acceptable product to BOEM. It is approved by the FAA for onshore applications. So we are assuming that the system is going to be viewed favorably and will be approved.
Okay, but the FAA has not approved it for offshore wind at this time, correct?
To my knowledge, they haven't. Ultimately, though, most of the turbines that were under the Vineyard project are sufficiently far from shore that it would be BOEM's purview for that. So at the end of the day, it's a BOEM decision.
Okay, and in this project, BOEM has not approved the use of the ADLS for the wind farms that US Wind is proposing, correct?
It is included in our COP, but we have not gotten our notice of intent yet.
And so based on your rebuttal, you're asking the commission to assume that the ADLS will be available and approved for use on all of the turbines for US Wind's project?
Can you restate the question, please?
Sure. So in your rebuttal, you're asking the commission to assume that this ADLS or a similar or superior product will be used by US Wind for its turbines when they go into operation.
Council, if I may I just ask for a page number from the rebuttal testimony you're referring to?
You may. Ms. Prouty, do you know where we are at?
Well, taking a look at page 6 and 7, lines 119 and 22, and 131 and 133.
Okay, we'll give the witness a moment to look at that. So that was rebuttal testimony, page 6, lines 119 to 122, and 131 to 133.
So I guess to answer your question about whether I'm asking the commission to believe that, we're assuming it's going to be an integral part of our project going forward. And so that is part of our application here, both to the commission and to BOEM, frankly. And for clarity as well, you know, I cited in the testimony there, the rebuttal testimony, a quick sampling of other COPs that are public, and there's at least 3 or 4 in other states that also include similar or language proposing ADLS or a similar system. So ultimately, it is assumed that the industry is going to have access to and will have approval by BOEM to deploy this type of equipment. So that is our assumption as well.
And in some of those lines that I just cited, where you say that Mayor Meehan and Robert Sullivan's testimony are inaccurate because they're based on the incorrect assumption that the aviation marking lights would be activated at all times. But their testimony was based on current approvals, which
the only current approval is Vineyard, and I believe they're obligated to use ADLS.
And the electrical service platforms for this project, will they also have ADLS?
The offshore substations, the lighting scheme for those is still under development. The determination as to whether they end up needing ADLS or not will ultimately depend on their final configuration based on their height. So I don't have a clear answer for you yet. They may not require it. If they're sufficiently high that they present a risk, we would certainly strongly consider adding ADLS or integrating those lighting requirements into the ADLS system. But at the end of the day, that's not yet been determined since the substation design is still under development.
The 14 megawatt turbines that US Wind intends to use, those have US Coast Guard marine navigating lighting, correct?
They will.
Okay, and those lights would be constantly blinking, correct?
I believe it's the description of that particular function is a slow burn. It's a slow ramp up on and slow ramp up off, and some of them are on continuously, depending on what the lighting and marking scheme is. I defer the details to my colleague Jawitz, who has discussed the lighting and marking scheme or has gone through in great detail of the lighting and marking scheme. At the end of the day, that's still under development as well. We do have a concept at the moment, but it's still subject to BOEM's approval.
Okay, and the ADLS would not apply to those marine navigating lighting, correct?
No, the ADLS is exclusively for aircraft. And so the mid-mounted tower lights and the cell top lights are the ones that are controlled in general by the ADLS system.
Okay, and if you have knowledge, it's your understanding that the lights for the marine navigation lighting would be a different color than the FAA lights?
Yes.
Okay, and there would be no sort of synchronization between the two?
No. Different intensity as well.
And would you agree that the FAA lights would be visible from upper stories of high-rise buildings in Ocean City based on the proposed layouts of US Wind's projects?
If the lights are illuminated under the right visibility conditions, they would be visible under some circumstances from elevated positions.
And taking a look at line 84 of your rebuttal, where you state that actual operational project illumination is highly site and condition specific. So the results of the capital airspace analysis for this project could find that there could be significantly more situations where the ADLS system would be activated than what's expected to be the case in the Vineyard Wind project that you mentioned.
It's possible. Ultimately, that study is underway, but under all the circumstances where we've been able to review public performance data, which admittedly is Vineyard and a number of U.S. onshore projects, there's still, in general, expectation of over 90% of the time that the lights would be illuminated, they would be off with the ADLS. And so we still have an expectation that we have a very high benefit to, the ADLS still has a high benefit to reducing visibility of the project from the shore. So at the end of the day, that the actual numbers are coming out of the capital airspace project, but we can, or we are reasonably assuming that the lit time for the FAA lights would be significantly reduced with the use of this technology.
And taking a look briefly at attachment 1 to your rebuttal. So this is a letter that you sent to Mr. Grabowski on October 18th of this year, is that correct?
It is.
And so when you're talking in this letter about looking at data of vessels in the vicinity of Ocean City, this includes tracking vessels that may be as far as 23 statute miles or more from Ocean City?
No, we limited the review of vessel tracks through our contractor to vessels transiting coastwise between our project area's western boundary and the coast. So it's exclusively between the western edge of our boundary, not the westernmost turbine, the westernmost boundary of the project area and the Ocean City area. So just the coastwise traffic. So all another way to say that is all the vessels that were considered within that survey would be between the coast, Ocean City, and the edge of our project area.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, so on the first page under approach, I'm looking at that first bullet point where it says the methodology employed is summarized in the bullets below. Vessel tracks were created for a large area encompassing offshore waters at least 20 nautical miles from the lease area in any direction, just so I'm clear. So is this including vessels that are moving up to, 20 nautical miles, 23 statute miles from Ocean City shore?
So the larger area that the DNV team sort of reviewed when they pulled the data, because it's a very large data set, did include vessels that were further offshore. But we kept the count of vessels in the table to the vessels in the lane, not lane, in the region between the westernmost boundary of our project and the coast.
And so looking at the chart on page 2, so it's table 1, which is tracking the number of vessels per month. So this isn't showing, though, how far from shore those vessels were?
No, for this initial survey, we did not track the speed or the distance from shore.
Okay,
aside from constraining the vessels that were considered to the ones between our project and the coast.
Okay, so it could be that all of these vessels are, say, 20 miles from shore?
No, it wouldn't be that. We constrained the vessel tracks to be considered to the site, to the project, to the area between our project boundary and the coast.
And so how many miles is that?
Roughly, I believe it was 11 miles from shore. I have to check the actual modeling definition, but that's the estimate, the best estimate I can provide at the moment.
And so during the winter months, there are less than 2 ships per night on average in the vicinity of Ocean City?
In general, subject to verification. That particular attachment isn't in front of me, but I have, going from memory, that's correct. It's a highly seasonal traffic area.
Okay, and then in the summer months, there's an average of 1 ship every 3 or 4 hours. Does that sound right to you?
I think it was 3 to 4 ships per day. Those are per day counts.
Okay, so 3 to 4 ships per night or per day?
It would be per night, basically, during the time that the lights would be illuminated.
All right, and would you agree that some of these vessels are traveling at night, or traveling in the middle of the night when the majority of individuals in Ocean City are likely asleep?
Yeah, we did not constrain any of the hours aside from during dark. So yes, potentially some of those could be traveling during times when folks were asleep.
All right. And when we're talking about the vessels here, these are all vessels that are in transit, correct? We're not talking about any vessels that are being anchored at night in Ocean City shores, correct?
That's correct. We did not specifically assess the anchorage area, which, as was discussed in previous testimony yesterday, I believe the day before, which also contains a number of illuminated vessels. We did not consider that, and we didn't do a speed assessment, and so thereby vessels that are anchored offshore but possibly illuminated, we did not count.
And would you agree that seeing 3 or 4 ships throughout the whole night that are passing by is different than seeing 125 turbines that have lights blinking or lights on them that are stationary?
I would say it's different and would depend on the viewing conditions. I believe it would draw my attention more if they're closer, certainly. In this case, we constrained it so they were closer. But that ultimately is a personal decision, I guess.
So it's your testimony that it would draw your attention more if it was 3 or 4 ships passing throughout the entire night than 125 turbines blinking lights at all times throughout the night?
I don't know that that's, I mean, in that hypothetical scenario, I don't know. We haven't seen a modeling of that. I would say that that's unlikely to be happening, given the fact that we're deploying ADLS. And also that we hadn't actually considered a number of the other circumstances where we have illumination offshore, specifically the anchored vessels, the anchorages, and vessels that are further offshore. So it's in that hypothetical, I'm afraid I can't give you an easy answer as to what would be more visible or what would draw my eye more.
And looking at lines 142 and 143 of your rebuttal, where you make reference to the ambient light of Ocean City. So for viewers on the beach or who are beachfront looking out into the Ocean City lights would be primarily behind them or would be in the limits of their peripheral vision, correct?
It would, and they would also illuminate offshore items that are close enough to shore.
All right, and so when you say offshore items that are close enough to shore, you're talking about the vessels that you reference in that attachment 1?
Whatever is offshore, I guess. Wave crests, boats, certainly.
Okay, but anything other than that would be offshore?
At the times of this, where the lights would be illuminated, I can't think of anything else off the top of my head.
Okay, and so currently without any turbines in Ocean City's viewshed, someone looking out towards the ocean, other than the occasional ship light that they may see, there would essentially be no lights presently, correct?
Occasional, meaning 3 or 4 ships per night, as well as the anchorage area. I mean, that's aside from that, I'm not aware of any other lights that would be seen offshore. But ultimately, I would defer some of that to our visual simulation experts that are coming up later.
And so on lines 140 and 142, you state that given the volume of illuminated nighttime ship traffic visible from the shore and the observable ambient nighttime lighting of Ocean City, that dark skies in Ocean City are hardly prevalent. But again, in the summer, when you're looking at one ship maybe every 3 or 4 hours, the vast majority of the time when someone's looking out into Ocean Cities, the ocean, the viewshed at night, they're seeing dark skies, correct?
I can't confirm that. We only studied the vessels that were going by between our project area and the coast for the illumination. There are a number of other vessels in the region that are potentially visible, and as was stated in previous testimony, the anchorage area to the north and east, which is actually closer than our project boundary, to some portions of New York City, to some portions of Ocean City, are also visible. So I can't confirm that.
And the use of the ADLS or a similar technology, that has no effect at all on daytime visibility of the project, correct?
It would not affect any lighting during the day, at least for the FAA lights.
And my last question for you is, so on page 5 of your direct, you make reference to the projects being 18, 15, or 13 miles from shore. In US Wind's application on page 47, I don't think you need to flip to it unless you need to. It states that the approximate distance to shore is 12 to statute miles, depending on big configuration. So just to be clear, is the closest proposed turbine, is that 13 miles from shore, not 12 miles?
I'm going to defer that to my colleague, Rure, who's handling all of our distance to shore questions. And I did want to amend my previous statement about the ADLS. It's going to be operating 24/7, and so it would have control over the control over the system. The FAA lights 24/7. But to your question of would that affect the visibility during daytime operations, I don't believe it would have a meaningful effect on during visibility during daytime conditions. But ultimately, that's a question for the visual simulation and testing.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Do commissioners have any questions for this witness? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good. Mr. Filipelli, on, well, first of all, can you tell me where you plan at this point to land your 230 kV transmission on to the shore of the Delmarva Peninsula?
We are landing the cable in Delaware, but the specifics around that, I believe, are confidential. And
okay. So on page 5 of your direct testimony, you say the routing of the export cable corridor from the northwest corner of the project area to the Delaware shore includes accommodations for the numerous existing and planned areas of potential conflict offshore. And then you begin proprietary content.
Okay.
So could you describe what the existing and planned areas of potential conflict are?
I can give you a high-level summary, and my colleague Lori can cover the details. In particular, we had sandbar areas to thread our way through. In addition to that, a proposed anchorage proposed by the U.S. Coast Guard, as well as a number of other charted and uncharted obstructions. And so those are a few of the issues that we had to take into consideration as we routed our cable.
Okay. And sometimes when ships are at anchorage, do they not drift and drag their anchor?
Yes, occasionally.
And how will you protect your 230 kV cable from such an event?
The plan for the cable is to be buried under for its entire length where possible, and so the burial is targeted at a depth of, I believe it was 2 meters, but we're subject to detailed design.
Okay, so you think that depth will preclude anchor from ever hitting your cable as it's dragged across the cable?
That's the expectation, and there is an anchor penetration study that we would be conducting. So that's the mitigation we have for that particular risk.
Okay.
And we are specifically avoiding, just for clarity on your first question, we are routing our cable around the anchorage. And so if there's an anchor drag, the expectation is it's not a deep draft vessel that would present a significant risk there.
What does the draft of the vessel have to do with the anchor drag?
We're assuming that the larger vessels were the higher risks. So if it's for example, a commercial fishing boat, or if it's a sport fishing boat, or somebody's out on a private vessel, anchor drag over that would likely not hit be a risk to the cable when buried. The larger vessels are the ones that are primary concern.
So will larger vessels be in the anchorage area?
That's the expectation.
What if it drifts out of the anchorage area? Large vessel drifting out.
That's the burial is expected to, the burial depth is expected to mitigate the risk to the cable.
Okay, so I wasn't following the draft of the vessel, the size of the vessel, anchor drag.
Certainly. So it's to lower that risk a little bit further, we avoid the anchorage area.
Okay. Are you familiar with where the other project are looking to land their transmission system?
I am not. I believe, based on the stated interconnection points, they will land in Delaware as well, but I believe the locations that are confidential.
Yeah. Is there any potential for these two projects to have to cross those landing lines?
Potentially.
And how will you deal with that?
dealing with that would require, firstly, careful coordination with the other installer, and ultimately discussion around whether or not that's a necessity. Otherwise, we would have to go through the mitigations to ensure that there's no damage to the cable and that there's the cable is sufficiently protected, or both cables are sufficiently protected.
Yeah, so we have separation requirements for services, electric services, and I'm thinking about when these lines potentially cross, one will be there first, one, so how do you bury the other one when there's one there? And two, you know, how do you create separation, still keep the depth of 2 meters, if at all, if it's even possible? I'm trying to figure out how this is done.
I mean, hypothetically, there are processes for that to ensure that there's no damage and that the cables are protected. But ultimately, our intent is to not cross the cables. And currently, we have no cables in our export cable route for any crossings to protect. So ultimately, that would be it's just a hypothetical at this point.
Yeah. So the other project doesn't have a landing site right now, right? They're still evaluating that, I believe.
Based upon their public notice to mariners, they're exploring landings at multiple locations along the Delaware coast.
Correct. Okay, so this is a potential problem for me, and I wanted to highlight it because it is going to be an important construction consideration and safety consideration going forward. There's already enough controversy around these landing sites that we want to make sure we don't have an issue in this regard.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Filipelli. A couple of questions for you. I'm looking at your direct testimony on page 5.
Okay.
This is not confidential based on what we have here. I'm looking at lines 102 through 104. You say that the turbines will be affixed using Maryland-built monopole foundations. See that?
Yes.
Okay. So is that true for bid 1? Because I thought the monopole factory only came into being with bid 2 or bid 3.
No, for bid 1, there will be a facility built. Its capabilities will be scaled back relative to the full build out, the full factory build out that's described in bids 2 and 3. Ultimately, as I mentioned earlier before, we plan on SPS supporting all phases of our development, Morrowind and Momentum. And so in that case, the facility is expected to be online in time to support Morrowind's COD as well as the first phase of Momentum. The configuration of the factory and the type of work done there is modified slightly, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be providing monopiles for the project.
Okay, just wanted to clarify my understanding there. On page 6, line 124 through 125, again, I don't believe this is confidential. It says you're engaging high-profile, experienced design, transport, and installation firms to develop a favorable contracting strategy. Let me understand what that means.
Certainly. There's a number of different ways projects can be contracted, especially if you get into the construction phase. You can hire out very small portions and contract individual tasks, or you can lump them into larger packages with a engineering, procurement, and construction and installation contract, which would have one single contractor wrapping a number of the aspects of the project And ultimately, that's the plan that we're going for contracting this project. As we envision it, we expect on the order of 3 to 4 big engineering, procurement, and construction packages. So, for example, to sort of delineate those, one is the provision of turbines and towers. 2 would be, for example, offshore installation of the turbines, towers, monopiles, interarray cables, and offshore substation components. And then we would have, for example, an onshore or other EPC contractor that would handle most of the onshore works and potentially the offshore substation fabrication. And then finally, the export cable is typically done by a specialist contractor who also may install the cable as well. So the idea here is, rather than contracting each individual aspect of the project, you take a lot of the management risk and you take a lot of the execution risk and put it in the hands of very experienced installers and contractors, and that's our intent. Gives us high confidence in execution.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You've made some, I believe you've made some commitments with respect to, minority business enterprises and local business and that sort of thing. How do you, when you're doing all of this contracting and it's going down several layers of contracting, how do you make sure that those commitments are met?
Certainly. And so these obligations, as well as others, are conveyed in the negotiation process with the EPCs, and so they're well aware of them. In fact, as one of the project management aspects of many of these contractors, there is a tracking and auditing mechanism they provide to help keep track of these items. We may put it in place ourselves. They may offer it. We haven't gotten that structure defined in great detail, but we are making our contractors aware of our obligations to unions, for example, to Maryland local content, as well as to other obligations that we may accept. And so the tracking of that is ultimately one of the tasks that falls to the EPCs for the work that's conducted under their contract.
Right, but the fact is that if you win an award, you're responsible for those MBE commitments and so on and so forth. So how does US Wind make sure, how can you assure us that, your contractors are going to do that, other than we're just going to make them aware of it in our contracts?
Oh, it's part of their contractual obligations. That we would put that on them as a contractual obligation to, within the scope of their capabilities, to make sure that we meet those obligations. It's not just making them aware, it's an obligation of their contract.
Okay. Looking on page 20 of your direct testimony, you use, and again, not confidential, you say that your configuration has a 25-year operation life cycle. I think yesterday we heard that the same turbines, they were thinking would be running for 30 years. Can you comment on the difference there?
Certainly, some of those are commercial decisions, and some of those are, with the turbine certified to run for it. So, for example, most offshore turbines now that have certificates are certified for a 25-year operational life, and many developers and operators choose to extend that with the appropriate operations and maintenance and upgrades for safety. So ultimately, the operational life of the project is a developer decision, and the lifespan is what we use in this case as a calculation metric. So ultimately, that's I don't want to say it's arbitrary, but it is a for developer option to what the calculations are conducted at.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I think I heard Mr. Grabowski say you were the wind guy. Did I hear that right?
Yes, it is one of the hats I wear.
Okay. So I got the impression that the capacity factor, which I won't say the actual capacity factor, but that the factor that Skipjack developed was based, at least in part, on a buoy that's been in place for a while, and that your capacity factor is solely based on modeling. Do I have that? Am I incorrect in that assessment?
Subject to verification, that, I mean, from our side, that is correct. It's based on model data for the wind projections. That's correct. And I believe that's correct for Skipjack. I don't have that right in front of me.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure I had that right. So on page 3 of your supplemental direct, I think, William, lines 64 through 65.
Yes?
You don't have an update at this point. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
No, we will be updating the wind resource characterization as we collect more data. Prudent methodology says you're not, basically requires at least, the baseline is a full year of data to go for effectively financing. We will be updating it intermittently as we collect enough data to make reasonable long-term projections. Ultimately, there is a higher uncertainty associated with the projections we have. And so, we expect that there's a possibility for that wind speed and the associated energy production to vary, to change from where we are now.
Okay. My last question is on page 2 of your rebuttal testimony. And you talked to Ms. Proddy for a while about ADLS. I just had a simple question, which is, I'm assuming since you say it's planned to be employed, that it's priced into your price.
That's correct. It's part of the CapEx.
Part of the CapEx. Okay, that was it. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do council have any follow-up questions based on the commissioner's questioning? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Collins.
Your Honor, just one very brief question, a point of clarification, if I may. Mr. Filipelli, you recall the discussion you had with with Commissioner Herman regarding monopiles for the Marwin 1 project. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
And you made a reference to SPS as the provider here. Could you explain SPS just for the benefit of the record?
Certainly. I apologize for not clarifying the acronym. So SPS is an acronym for Sparrows Point Steel. It's the steel facility that was included in our OREC application, and it will be supporting the fabrication of the monopiles under our bid.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you to the witness. You may step down at this point.
Thank you.
We will now take a recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon. I do expect that we'll get through the remaining 4 witnesses of U.S. Wind by early this evening or late afternoon. We're in recess until 2 p.m. We are back on the record in case number 9666. If counsel is ready, Mr. Collins, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to turn the proceedings over to Mr. Priebus. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our next witness is Ms. Lori Jawitz.
Ms. Jawitz, if you could please raise your right hand and be prepared to be sworn in.
Ma'am, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Priebus.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Jawitz, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Would you please state your full name and business address?
Lori Ann Jawitz, and my business address is 401 East Pratt Street, Baltimore, Maryland.
And just so everyone knows, your name's pronounced Jawitz, like Jaws, correct?
Correct, like the shark, Jawitz.
For the record, can you please state your employer and your title?
Sure, I'm employed by US Wind, and my title is Senior Director of Environmental Affairs.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
US Wind.
And have you provided written testimony in this case?
Yes, I have.
Do you have before you your public and confidential direct testimony in this case, consisting of 20 pages of testimony dated August 25th, 2021?
Yes, I do.
And just for the record, those were pre-marked as exhibits 6 and 6C in this proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes, corrections, or updates to this testimony?
No, I do not.
Are the answers in your testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, they are.
Would your testimony today be the same as it was written when your testimony was originally filed?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the confidential direct testimony of Ms. Jawitz and the public testimony of Ms. Jawitz, pre-marked as exhibits 6 and 6C, as U.S. Wind exhibits 6 and 6C, be admitted into the record.
So marked and seeing no objection, exhibits 6 and 6 Charlie are moved into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Jawitz is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin the examination by counsel for Skipjack.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. No questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Prouty.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jawitz. I just have one question that Mr. Filipelli had deferred to you. So on the application on page 52, it states the closest WTG to shore is anticipated to be approximately 12 miles from land, but then it says that bid 3 is going to be 13 to 22 statute miles. Just for clarification, is the closest turbine that's anticipated as part of the project going to be 12 miles from shore?
Yes, the closest turbine would be 12 miles to the closest point to shore. The difference I think that you're seeing there is the 13 miles would be the closest structure to the pier in Ocean City.
Okay, but it would be 12 miles from Ocean City shore.
Correct, for bid 3, for the full build out.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I just have a few questions for you today, a few of which you can thank your colleague for punting to you. First, like to ask you a couple of questions about the Bowen process. Am I correct that with regard to the phase 1 project, U.S. Wind is hoping to complete the internal process with Bowen within the next couple of months so that the COP would at least be ready for the NOI process? Is that correct?
That's correct. And we're actually permitting the entire lease area altogether. So this would include Marwin as well as the momentum bids that we're talking about here today. And we do anticipate to, we are working on our COP. When I'm not here, I'm busily working away on it. And we do expect to, from our discussions with BOEM, we expect to have our notice of intent to begin the NEPA process early next year.
And you actually managed to answer my second question with that answer as well. Can I direct you to page 7 of your direct public testimony? In the middle there, starting about line 130, you discuss project design envelope approach. Can you explain that more fully to me? I don't quite understand what happens under that in your explanation here.
Sure. The project design envelope is something that all offshore wind developers have used for all the projects that we have that are currently before BOEM today, at least that I'm aware of. What it does, it allows you to permit an envelope. So you say that the turbine may be a certain size, you say there may be this many structures. And, the NEPA process, the process under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA process, is certainly not a formality. And so we do expect changes to occur, maybe potentially changes to our layouts, maybe potentially changes to a cable route or something like that. And so you present an envelope, or you present a number of things that go into the envelope through the project design envelope approach. And partly that's because the NEPA process, or the National Environmental and Policy Act process, takes a couple of years, or it takes certainly a little while. But you also, because the technology is changing so rapidly in this industry, you want to make sure that you have a project that in 2 years from now, if there's slight changes in the technologies or things like that, that you're able to say that that was in fact evaluated under the BOEM process.
Can you explain to me just how you could say a technology that doesn't actually exist, if I'm understanding you, was evaluated under the process?
Certainly, I apologize if that was if I misstated that. It's really more, for example, for a turbine size, and we've seen that through this proceeding as we've gone through the OREC process, that turbine sizes have increased, allowing us to use fewer structures. But you want to make sure that the visual impact, for example, or the sound impact, or other things are evaluated appropriately. And so you want to, in reality, you're almost permitting more than you're going to actually build, so that you're sure that that was actually evaluated in the BOEM process.
Thank you. Yeah. Now I understand it. Could I now refer you to page 15 of your public testimony?
Yes.
Here you discuss the OCS air regulations, and you state that they will examine emissions from vessels and equipment during the offshore construction and operations. Do they also examine potential emissions from your facilities that you're intending to build?
Not facilities that are going to be built, but for the project. So facilities that are going to be supplying components to other projects, or it's a facility that may provide steel for all sorts of different kinds of things. If that is not accounted for in the emissions of the project as it's reviewed under the OCS, under the Outer Continental Shelf Air Regulations.
Okay, thank you. With regard now to the Sparrows Point facility, it's my understanding that there's a phase 1, which you've just got your lease for, which will be some construction that will start, I believe, in 2024. I'm probably mixing up all the dates now. But my question is, has US Wind done any emission studies to determine what emissions will be released when this facility is fully functional, either as phase 1 or when the entire facility is fully functional?
Sure. We have to at an initial level. So we are still going through the detailed design for those facilities, but primarily from the environmental perspective, which is where I spend my time. The emissions would be associated with the planned welding, as well as painting, as well as heavy lifting of the components. And so this is Sparrows Point Steel is designed to provide the monopiles for the projects. So those components will come on site. There will be some welding and some painting of those structures that will have some particulate emissions, as well as some volatile organic compounds associated with the paint. And then we'll be using large cranes to lift the heavy structures, and those will be diesel powered. I can say that all of the painting and welding will be occurring inside. And so we will be able to contain those. We will also be using best available control technologies for those actions. And some of our preliminary evaluations have shown that those emissions would not be anything that would be a major source of emissions at that site.
Would the site have any vessels that actually come up to the site and get loaded to transfer the monopiles or other things to various projects?
There will be, so Sparrows Point is designed not only to provide the monopiles, but also to be a staging and marshaling facility to receive components and then have components taken out to the installation site. So there will be vessels arriving and departing with components or moving those components out to the installation.
And so have you looked at what auxiliary power will be used for these vessels when they are actually berthed at your site regarding the emissions from that berthing?
We have not, and I'm not certain that they would berth and that they would hook up to shore power. These are vessels that may be subject to the Jones Act, and so I don't want to speak out of turn there. So I don't know that they would actually hook up to shore power. If they did, that would be our expectation, that they would hook up to shore power. And there is power at the site.
So you're planning to have shore power at the berth sites for whatever vessel could use it?
That's correct. And for the operations there at the facility.
Have you looked into, you mentioned your cranes will be diesel. Have you looked into possibly for cargo loading as well as for cranes using electric vehicles rather than using diesel vehicles to limit the amount of emissions?
Yeah, we certainly will explore that. I'm not aware of, because of the heavy lifts that would be needed. These are several thousand tons components. So I'm not aware of any emissions-free cranes that we could use, but we would certainly want to look at that just to be able to reduce our overall emissions.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Do commissioners have questions for this witness? Commissioner Herman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jawitz. How are you?
Doing well. I hope you're well as well.
Very well, thanks. And thanks, Mr. Priebus, for making sure we pronounced your name right. I just had one question. I'm looking at page 14 of your testimony. And I don't want to talk about any of the numbers, but you've got a lot of numbers associated with pollution reduction. Where are those, have those amounts been quantified in dollars and included in the economic impact test?
No, my understanding is that they have not. And so for these numbers, and as we looked at the emissions, the emissions benefits, what we did is we took the process that was used in OREC 1, when we used that same process. And so the way that we went through the calculation for this only, and not associating it with dollars, but just to put the emissions reductions in some kind of context, is we looked at the emissions in Maryland, and very specifically just in Maryland, in 2019. We created a weighted average of those based on the generation type. And then we took our megawatt hours from the projects, from the various bid sizes, and then basically credited those against the emissions of Maryland in 2019. It's not an exact science, but in some ways, one of the things that I was hoping to get across with this was We know that there's a lot of generation retiring in Maryland, particularly, coal generation. And so this is in some ways showing the ability for offshore wind to replace that generation or megawatt hours associated with that generation.
Okay, and I was just trying to make sure that I had a full understanding of your economic benefits test. Are we getting more benefits than, we're getting more in benefits than we're paying for? That there is no dollar figure in that test associated with emissions reduction.
I can't say that that's the case. I would actually refer that question to Mr. Repsher, our next.
Mr. Repsher, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I wanted to make sure that I asked you just in case, because I just want to make sure I have an understanding of what's in and what's not in. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Jawitz.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you. Can you summarize for me what the milestones are and when they might occur leading up to the NEPA process? And then what are the iterative interactions during the NEPA process? I know you said you thought it might take a long period of time. I've been involved in some commissions studying, for instance, the Third Bay Crossing, and the estimates there, depending on what was actually chosen, could take many, many, many years at the NEPA level. So talk about the timing, your estimate of the timing of it a little bit more, and then what happens after that, assuming that it's finally approved. So could you walk us through that?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. So the NEPA process is led by BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and we begin that process once the construction and operations plan that we file with BOEM is deemed sufficient and complete. And so we did file a COP, a construction and operations plan, in August of 2020. We received comments back from BOEM, and we are in the process, I think, as I mentioned to Ms. Miller, we are in the process of updating that COP, that construction and operations plan. And we expect to be deemed sufficient and complete and begin that NEPA process with BOEM's issuance of a notice of intent to begin the environmental impact statement. We expect that to occur early next year. I'll talk a little bit about the NEPA process, and then I'll mention one thing that we are doing similar to many other offshore wind developers to try to get some certainty associated with that. And so once BOEM issues the notice of intent and begins that environmental impact statement, there's public scoping meetings to get public feedback on the initial construction and operations plan. We expect that about a year after that process, or about that timing, we would see a draft environmental impact statement that would be issued by BOEM, and that would be issued for public comment. That would be another point where there may be adjustments to the project. There'll be alternatives that BOEM is evaluating, alternatives to various parts of our project. Maybe a different cable route, maybe some different foundation designs, or something that we may have suggested or that they may have elicited from the public comment period. So there's a draft environmental impact statement, like I said, about a year after. And then there's a public comment period associated with that. There's the final environmental impact statement. That's probably about 6 to 8 months after the draft environmental impact statement. Again, that's for public comment. And then we would expect a record of decision. And assuming BOEM would approve our construction and operations plan, there's a record of decision associated with that approval. And so that's sort of the 2-year process that I spoke of. As you mentioned, and I think as we've seen from others, particularly Vineyard Wind, who got their record of decision earlier this year, their NEPA process took quite a bit longer than 2 years. And we don't need to go into all of why that may have occurred. But one thing that has been that is available to us and that we intend to get coverage under is it's called the FAST 41 program. This is a program provided to federal large infrastructure projects that go through the federal process. I think nearly all, if not all, of the offshore wind projects on the East Coast qualify. They certainly are large enough. And what that does is that allows for each agency that reviews the project, and there's various different permits and approvals and reviews that are compiled within that NEPA process. Each agency provides some certainty about the dates about when they occur, about which milestones would occur. So, for example, I mentioned the draft environmental impact statement from BOEM, something that would be very interesting to us. BOEM would provide a date for that. And if they did not meet that date, they actually have reporting to, this is a White House task force, as well as Congress, if they're going to miss those deadlines. And so, and that's also true for all of the other permits. So we would expect to get coverage under that Fast 41 project program. And that's something that in all of the other cases that I've seen, at least, the offshore wind projects have about a 2-year NEPA process under that program.
Okay. And I assume that you're describing round one. Will you make a separate filing for round two? Will you amend your round one? How's that going to all fit together?
Sure. U.S. Wind at an early period point made a decision to permit the entire lease area. So this covers round one as well as the projects for momentum. So the projects that we're talking about, so that we could really deliver the full project area to Maryland in various stages. And so there's some other reasons that we did that for Marwin. There's some uncertainty about where the project might be built within that lease area, that the Marwin or OREC 1 or round one. And so it made sense to survey the entire area, look at the entire area altogether. So when we say we would be getting a record of decision, hopefully in early 2024, if those timeframes that I talked about bear out, we would get a permit for the entire development of the entire lease area, all 80,000 acres that we have. Oh, I no longer see Commissioner O'Donnell.
Can you hear us?
No.
Oh, we could hear you.
Now I can. I didn't hear anything you just said. I was locked up and I had circles spinning on my screen.
Certainly. So it's an important point and something that is a strategic decision that U.S. Wind made early on, which was to permit the entire lease area altogether. So the entire roughly 80,000 acres that we were awarded in the leasing process from BOEM, we're permitting that entire project all together. And so when I mentioned the getting a record of decision and approval of our construction and operations plan, and then approximately early 2024 in that 2-year time frame, we would be getting an approval for the entire development. So round one, as well as all the projects that we're talking about here today.
Yeah, I think that's what's confusing me a little bit. There's no way you could have anticipated when you filed your original COP what these new projects could portend and what they will entail, and the legislature hadn't even passed the legislation yet, expanding the program.
Certainly.
So, tell me how that all fits together.
Sure. Well, there's a couple of pieces. So one of the reasons that decision was made by U.S. Wind, and this predates me, but one of the reasons that decision was made was because there was some uncertainty about how much of the lease area was going to be available for development. There's a Coast Guard designated traffic separation scheme. So there's a shipping lane coming out of Delaware Bay that ends about a little over 1 nautical mile to the northern part on the eastern boundary of our lease area. If that had not been extended, which it was just recently, at the end of September, suggested that would be extended along the length of our lease area and route traffic around that. If that had not occurred, we certainly wouldn't want, those large ships coming in and out of Delaware Bay to be going through our wind project. And I don't think that the Coast Guard would allow that. So that was one of the pieces of uncertainty that we wanted to understand and be able to, I don't know, guard against isn't the right word, but be able to accommodate. So when we talked about the project design envelope, and you can kind of permit it bigger than you're going to actually use, that was one of the reasons that we wanted to look at the entire lease area, because we were not sure where that first round project may fit within that, where it may be appropriately built. And the second thing I'll say is that we've seen a number of other developers take this same approach. Developers who have a project, a portion of their lease area that may have been bid in to a competitive process, similar to what we're seeing here with Maryland. And so, so to be able to deliver that project, but then also be able to understand, to be able to have the balance of that lease area available for other projects.
So I'm probably not being clear.
Sorry.
Which is not unusual for me. So let me try it again. What I'm trying to understand is not your decision or justification or rationale for doing the whole site. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning, you filed a COP that didn't have all this other capacity construction activity in it, right?
It does, in fact. It has a full build out of the entire lease area in the COP.
How could you have anticipated the legislature passing a piece of legislation authorizing it, or what we're even going to do, for that matter?
Well,
Commissioner, I think the witness does not understand your question. It's obvious. Perhaps you could rephrase.
I just did.
Well,
rephrase it again. I just did.
Okay.
No,
if the witness can answer.
Sure. And I think I do understand. And I think what we were trying to do is make the entire lease area available for project development. And so separate and apart from what the state and may be doing as far as ORECs, but to be able to get that permit and that whole area and development within the entire lease area evaluated under the NEPA process. And so, there's no requirement that you build it in a certain time frame, or that you don't do it this way. And we've seen other developers do this in a similar manner.
Yeah, but I'll try to rephrase it again, Mr. Chairman, because you're right. I'm not getting where I want to get. How could you anticipate how many turbines, how many there were going to be in the lease area, all of that, when none of that was even authorized yet?
I see.
And still isn't.
Certainly. Well, but development under the BOEM process is separate from what is approved by the Public Service Commission, correct? So we're able to develop the lease area, in the absence of an OREC. And so we laid out a project development, and similar we've talked about, and I think has been referenced elsewhere, that the original development was assumed to be, 180 something turbines. That was a full build out of the lease area, not just to meet the Marwin project.
Okay. Now you're getting closer to me understanding what I'm trying to understand. So you submitted for the maximum number of turbines that lease area could contain. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And you said 180 some?
Sorry, that was the original back a number of years ago. And so our project design envelope that we are looking at is up to, and that's how it's presented in the construction and operations plan, up to 121 structures, which would be
121. Okay. Mm-hmm. And that's because of the increase of the size of the turbines, you're able to reduce the number of ultimate installations.
That's correct.
All right, so 120 some ultimately. Does the company plan to fully develop that, whether you have an OREC or not?
Well, I guess I would say, so what we proposed with Momentum was as an additional 82 turbines. So that's in addition to the 21 turbines from the Marwin project. And so we do expect, and one of the things that we've done in our project design envelope in that maximum structure, or the maximum numbers of structures, is we've actually reduced that. So we say there could be a turbine in that location, but we're proposing, for example, a setback from the existing and the proposed extension of the shipping lane. So we would lose some locations in that way. We also expect through the NEPA process there to be places where there may be conflicts. So, we do know from some initial feedback from the Department of Defense that there's some concern in the northwestern corner of the lease area for some turbines that may interfere with radar. So we omitted those in our ORAC application. We would probably have those drop out through the NEPA process as well. So we said it could be up to this many, and we expect that to be reduced.
Okay, very good. That helps clarify for me. Sorry about my inadequacy in asking you questions.
I apologize that I was misunderstanding.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, do council have questions based on Commissioner O'Donnell or Commissioner Herman's questioning?
Just briefly, Your Honor, based on Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes, please.
Ms. Jawitz, you said that you submitted the COP in August 2020?
That's correct.
And so why did it take so long from the award of Marwin 1 in 2017 to submit the COP?
Sure. So we have, as with the other leases, there's a site assessment phase of the lease. And so we went through our site assessment phase. Our original plan was to install a meteorological tower. We just recently installed our meteorological buoy under that site assessment phase. And there's a number of studies and surveys and pieces of information that need to be compiled in order to put the COP together, the construction and operations plan together. So that did take some time, and that was part of the reason for the timing. I guess I would say, I will also mention the uncertainty around that Coast Guard traffic separation scheme or that shipping lane extension really caused some, it made us wonder how we would put the project together. And so that was one of the other reasons, well, before we would get some certainty there about how we would propose the project in the COP.
And so you said you're hoping for a ROD in early 2024 for the lease area. But the Marwin 1 COD is December 2024, and then you would need to go through procurement, correct?
We might be able to go through procurement concurrent with that once we're in further along in that phase. And so, we are not, I think as Mr. Grabowski testified earlier, we're not changing that Marwin COD date. And so we do think that we can meet that.
And in your testimony on page 6, you said U.S. Wind is not permitted to begin offshore construction of the project until BOEM has reviewed and approved the COP?
That's correct.
So all of that, your offshore construction would need to begin after you would receive the COP in 2014 for Marwin 1, correct?
Or 2024.
I'm
yes.
sorry, in 2024.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, yes, sorry. And so the plan would be to construct that first Marwin phase in 2024, once we receive the permits.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jawitz. You may step down. At this time, counsel for U.S. Wind may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll take a moment to switch our witnesses. Our next witness, however, will be Mark Repsher from PA Consulting. Okay. Ready, Mr. Repsher?
Ready. Yep. Sorry for the delay.
Okay. And proceed. Mr. Chairman, I think you might be on mute.
Waiting for Mr. Repsher's feed to come up. it's making its way.
See myself.
Commissioners, oh, there we go. I see you now, Mr. Repture. If you could please raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Repture, can you please state your full name and your business address?
Sure. Mark Daniel Repture. I'm a partner with PA Consulting Group. My business address is 1700 Lincoln Street, Denver, Colorado, 80203.
Thank you. And for the record, can you please state your employer and your title?
Yes, PA Consulting Group, and I'm a partner.
Mr. Repture, on whose behalf are you testifying today?
On behalf of US Wind.
Mr. Repture, before you, do you have your public and confidential versions of your direct testimony in this case, both of which consist of 33 pages of testimony dated August 25th, 2021? And
I do.
And those were pre-marked Exhibit 7 and US Wind Exhibit 7 and 7C. Do you have those documents?
I do.
And do you have before you your public and confidential supplemental direct testimonies submitted on September the 24th, 2021, consisting of 31 pages, which have been pre-marked as US Wind Exhibits 8 and 8C?
I do.
And Mr. Repture, do you have before you your public and confidential versions of your rebuttal testimony in this case, consisting of 13 pages of testimony dated October 18th, 2021, and pre-marked as US Wind Exhibits 9 and 9C?
I do.
Was each of these testimonies prepared by you or under your supervision?
They were.
Do you have any changes, corrections, or updates to these testimonies?
Yeah, I did want to correct two errata in the my rebuttal testimony. None of the, sorry, go ahead.
I said, could you please provide the page number and the line for everyone to get on the same page for reference, please?
Yeah, and it's just a change in one number. So the first is on page 8 at line 121. It's a large line. It's table 1. In there.
Mr. Repture, let's let everyone get there. It just takes a moment because we're online.
Yeah, no worries.
Looks like everyone's there. Okay, please proceed.
Okay. So it's the entry for Ocean Wind 2. Within there, I list a levelized price in 2018 dollars per megawatt hour of 79.02. That should read $67.42.
Do you have any other changes, corrections, or updates to your testimony?
Yeah, it's going to be the same change on page 12 at line 203. Within there, I list the same mistaken number for Ocean Wind 2 at $79.02. It should read $67.42.
Any other changes or modifications to your testimony?
No.
Are the answers in your testimony true and accurate to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
They are.
Would your testimony today be the same as it was when your testimony was originally filed?
It would.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that that US Wind Exhibits 7 and 7C, 8 and 8C, and 9 and 9C, which are Mr. Repture's testimonies, please be admitted to the record.
The 6 pieces of testimony are so marked, and hearing no objection are admitted into the evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Repsher is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Gunderson, do you have any exam?
Yes, very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Repsher, I'm going to go back to your table 1 in your rebuttal testimony.
Sure.
And do you recall that we asked you some discovery requests regarding 2 projects that you did not list in your table?
I do recall a request, yes.
And is one of the projects that you did not include in the table the Atlantic Shores project being developed by EDF and Shell, which was approved by the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities earlier this year?
Yeah, it is correct. That was an admission inadvertently from that table.
And the Atlantic Shores project is an approximately 1,500 megawatt project. Is that right?
That's my recollection, yes.
And the Atlantic Shores project has an estimated commercial operation date in 2028. Is that right?
I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for that.
Okay. And we asked you to calculate the levelized price of the Atlantic Shores project in 2018 dollars, and you stated that would be $74.45. Do you recall that?
Is that part of data request? Was it 9 or 8, I think, for those 2?
Yes. If you have your response to skipjack 9-2.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at it. Yes, I have that.
So am I correct that the levelized price of the Atlantic Shores project in 2018 dollars is $74.45?
Yeah, in 2018 real dollars, but yes, correct.
Okay. And then another project that was not included in your table 1 is the Ocean Wind 1 project. And that's being developed by Ørsted and was approved by New Jersey in 2019. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the Ocean 1 project is approximately 1,100 megawatts. Is that right?
I don't have that in front of me, but that sounds familiar, so I'll take your word for it.
Okay. And do you recall that the Ocean 1 project has a commercial operation date in 2024?
That is correct, yes.
And the calculated levelized price of the Ocean Wind 1 project in 2018 dollars is $86.90. Is that correct?
Correct, in 2018 real dollars.
And do you agree that each state that has awarded ORECs identified in your table 1, each state has different criteria for considering approval of offshore wind projects that could influence OREC pricing?
Yeah, I would fully agree with that, and I would also add there's probably 2 main factors that I would say, well, probably 3. One is certainly the OREC structure. So, what are ratepayers actually buying in the solicitation? 2 would be the market within which they interconnect. Certainly the New Jersey projects are interconnecting to PJM as well, but if we go further north up to New York and New England, those are different markets. And then thirdly, I would say that differences in expected wind speeds along the coast could also impact that pricing.
Okay. And also differences in the location and design of the project could influence the construction costs that go into the project, and that could influence the OREC pricing, correct?
Yeah, I was trying to get to that with the wind yield, but you're right. As well, if the BOEM leases or further offshore or something like that, then certainly that could impact the costs.
Okay. And are you aware that, for instance, in New Jersey, the OREC prices do not include the ratepayer's share of transmission upgrade costs?
I'm aware that within New Jersey, they have sort of an alternative process going on right now in which the state, in conjunction with PJM, and I think we talked about this earlier today, is promoting a sort of backbone project where it will be more of a subsidized approach, if you will, for wind facilities to interconnect to. So I would agree that to the extent that, and I'm not aware of the particulars of that solicitation process, But to the extent that an assumption within that process is that those wind facilities would be able to interconnect onto that backbone, then I would agree that those would not have those costs.
Okay. And that could influence the OREC prices in New Jersey, correct?
Certainly, yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, at this time. Thank you.
Counsel for Office of People's Counsel, Mr. Fields.
Certainly, Your Honor, although I thought I heard was somebody trying to jump in there?
My mistake. I need to wait to the end. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Fields.
Here I go. Thank you. I'm Mr. Repsher. I'm William Fields for the Office of People's Counsel. I have a few questions for you. Mr. Grabowski this morning said that you had done some analysis on a new, I guess, combination of offers. And here, I had it in front of me just a minute ago. Well, now it's my note is eluding to me. Could you just refresh what that was about?
Objection, Your Honor. There's no question.
Well, did you hear Mr. Grabowski testify today?
Yeah, and if it's okay with I think I remember what you're referring to. I'm happy to proceed, but I'll refer to my counsel.
Okay, the witness, Mr. Repsher, you may understand where Mr. Fields is going, but let's wait for a question before you respond.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you hear Mr. Grabowski testify this morning?
I did.
And did you hear him discuss testify that you had done an additional analysis of a certain combination of proposals?
I think what Mr. Grabowski was saying in that instance was that as part of our best and final offer that was submitted for bid 2, I had reanalyzed the ratepayer impact test under both the analysis that I conducted as well as using the architecture and assumptions that were utilized by the commission's consultant ICF.
Okay, so your understanding is he was, or let me ask it this way. So the analysis that you did was only regarding your bid 2.
That is correct. I have not tried to analyze combinations.
Okay, and when you did that analysis that he referred to, what changes, what alterations to the ICF analysis did you do?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so I think as part of the confidential portion of the best and final offer, we did submit an Excel attachment, which hopefully you and others have access to, of the ICF file with our updates. And within that, I did try to be quite careful and comment all the cells that were changed, just so it was easy for folks to follow. That being said, I would say there were 3 major changes. I'm gonna get my numbers wrong, so I apologize in advance. The first was, of course, updating the bid price for bid 2 to reflect the revised bid. Secondly, would be updating it such that all of the megawatts are coming online at the same time in December of 2026. Thirdly, I updated as witness Chang pointed out in his, I think it's rebuttal or supplemental testimony, the idea that it is reasonable to update the effective load carrying capability or the reliability weighting of the capacity to what PJM has recently put forth, which is, as I recall, 35% through 2029 and then down to 30% starting in 2030 or 2031. I may have that year off. So that was the major input changes. The only other change that I had to make, and this was because we, as you might imagine, didn't have access to ICF's underlying models of production cost modeling. I basically had to make some assumptions with regard to how you may recall they had a realized generation figure that was slightly different than the OREC schedule that was put forth by each of the bidders, and that's because they account for curtailment that might happen as the facilities are coming online. So I looked at the curtailment percentages that they had for bid one, and I used the same percentage adjustment to prorate the new generation coming online approximately 8 months earlier.
All right, thank you. Switching topics. I want to ask you about your analysis of the mitigation effects of that these plants would have as part of the ratepayer impact test.
Sure.
Now, as I understand it, you have the way you did that was you had a production cost model which provided you prices, projections of prices out into the future, energy and capacity markets. And you had a base case that didn't have any new project in it. And then you ran the model 3 more times with, with the bid 1 project added, then with the bid 2 project added, and then with the bid 3 project added, correct?
That is correct.
And you kept everything else equal, correct?
Yeah, I like to call that a with and without analysis, and it's similar to how I've approached other analyses regarding transmission lines or other such things in the U.S. In my opinion, it's a relatively clean way to look at what the impact would be with the project, just holding all else equal.
Okay. And I would like to refer you to the application appendix 5.5.2, which is marked confidential. So one issue we need to deal with is where we are with this document, whether this is public, whether we can discuss. I don't want to discuss some of the language in here.
Yeah, is this the one that's it's section? Is it page 266? Is that the one we're talking about?
It's called, I don't know about that. It's called Momentum Wind Market Impact Analysis, Marwin 2 LLC, June 2021.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I just need to find it. And I'll defer to council, but I believe we were okay designating this one. But
That's correct. We're okay to proceed in the public session, although I am having a little trouble finding the document at this particular moment.
I am as well, so.
I have it as application appendix 5.5.2.
Mr. Fields, is it something simple enough where you could provide the context? Because I can't find it either at the moment.
Yeah, Mr. Fields, do you happen to know what volume it was in? That would help us out a lot.
Okay,
Yeah,
let
if
me.
you know.
I think
I don't know because I had it as a separate file.
I think I found it. It's volume 2 of the application.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's it. It's page 1262.
Thank you. For the commissioners, it's your second to last tab.
I have to try to get this binder to actually work right now.
Sorry, what page was that again?
1262.
Thank you.
I'm afraid
I think the questions.
I'm sorry.
The questions will be fine. I'm not entirely. There's a lot in this appendix that may go a little beyond ratepayer analysis. However, I think any questions for Mr. Repshaw on ratepayer analysis coming from this section will be fine in the public session. And if something occurs, I'll let you know. But I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, I intend just to ask a few questions in section 3 of this document.
Yep. And I have found it, and so whenever you and the commissioners are ready, I'm okay to proceed.
Okay. I'm ready if the commission's ready.
Mr. Fields, you may proceed. So we're in section 3 of this document, wholesale
Ye-
market price impacts.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
And in section 3.1, Mr. Repsher, figure 3-1 has your the results of the analysis that we talked about, the four runs, a base plus 3 cases, 3 bids, showing the figure 3.1 shows the energy market price impacts from the 3 different bids, correct?
Yeah, and just so people are familiar with acronyms, DPL would be Delmarva Power and Light, so that would be where the project interconnecting. ATC stands for around the clock, so that would just be the average price across the day.
All right, thank you. And this chart is showing the difference in prices that you found when you ran the bid case, having that plant as part of the model versus the base model, correct?
That is correct. I would like to add one piece of color, if that's all right. So what this is showing is the DPL price. I think as many of us are aware, within Maryland, it actually consists of 4 different zones as you move east to west across the state. The way that we ran our production cost model, and I think this is also similar to how the commission's consultant ran it, is looking at what happens in each zone. And so you can think of each of the zones have transmission kind of freeways between them, and that can limit how much power can go between them. So we found the greatest impact to be at DPL, which is maybe not surprising given that's directly where the project interconnects. But as you move further west across the state, that impact goes down. And so when we did the ratepayer impact analysis, we were looking at the reduction in prices across the state with the idea that as you move further west, those ratepayers are getting less price suppressive benefit because they're farther away from where the project interconnects.
And you're saying you accounted for that in your analysis?
Yeah, so this is just a summary graph of one zone, but within the analysis, it looks at all of the zones.
Okay, thank you. And then if turning the page, there's a figure 3-2, which has the EMAC, Eastern Mid-Atlantic Area Council, BRA, base residual auction capacity price impact. That's the same type of chart for the capacity market price effect, correct?
Yeah, and I think as we all are aware, the capacity market in PJM is it's probably nice to say that it's complicated because I think it's more than that. But effectively, Eastern MAC would be the eastern part of the state. Again, there's other zones for the western part of the state, but again, this is one example. But our analysis accounts for that, and as you move further west, the impact on capacity prices is less.
Okay. Now, if we turn the page back to section 3-3.2, and I wanted to focus your attention on the last sentence of the first paragraph. While in, well, the sentence before it talks about keeping all other things equal in your analysis, and then you say, while in reality, the incremental capacity associated with momentum wind may lead to second order effects, such as potentially inducing the retirement of some existing capacity. Those have not been captured in PA's analysis here for purposes of isolating the impacts of the project. So first, I want to just clarify, when you did those separate ones for your base case, and then you did a run for bid 1, you did a run for bid 2, you did a run for bid 3, certain retirements were part of the base case scenario. And when you ran the bid 1, bid 2, and bid 3 scenarios, you kept the retirements exactly the same as they were for the base run, correct?
That is, yeah, correct. That's exactly right.
Okay. And with this sentence here that we just talked about, you're saying that by doing that, you would not capture the potential for these additional megawatts replacing or displacing existing megawatts. Now, if that does occur, and if we refer back to figure 3-1 or 3-2, if these resources do displace some existing capacity, then the tendency there would be that the price impacts effect would be less than what you're showing in your graphs here, correct? That would be the direction of how that would, the effect of that.
So I would kind of bifurcate the discussion into two pieces because it's a really good question. I agree on the capacity price impact, especially in the near term where we show some decline in capacity prices. You can imagine, if any of us have taken economics 101, that if you were to reduce the supply with more retirements, then, all else equal, your capacity price will increase. So I do agree in that sense. I would say on the energy price side, PJM is a pretty complicated market. And what I mean by that is it probably has the greatest diversity of generation probably in the world, at least the US. And that's important because what you often see, or maybe not often, but what you can see in the PJM market right now is during the overnight hours, you have a lot of legacy coal-fired plants in the market, and they're not nearly as flexible as other types of generation. So at times, even if the market operator is going to need those generators the next day, they will effectively need to keep those facilities on overnight to make sure that they're there the next day. Because sometimes those coal facilities can take 24 to 48 hours to turn back on. And so what that means is that you have run into scenarios where the overnight price can be higher than it otherwise would be if that capacity retired. I think we're talking about noise here, so I wouldn't get people too hyper focused on that. But that is one sort of nuance about the PJM market that I would say.
Okay, but just, I mean, I think you agree with me on the capacity side that the direction of that impact would be to make the impact to be less than what you're showing. But even with what you pointed out about some of the complication and the noise of the PJM market, wouldn't you agree that the figure 3.1, the directional impact of the new resources driving out or displacing existing resources would be to make the price impact some amount less than what you're showing, what you found here?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think, when throughout my testimony, or really the supplemental testimony, I would say, we kind of point out differences between the approach that I took with PA and the approach that ICF took. And I think what you're really longing onto is the fact that when ICF ran their analysis, they effectively allowed the market to rebalance, if you will, to account for that. While I certainly like the way that we did it, I think it's a cleaner way to look at it. As I said in my supplemental testimony, I think the approach that ICF took was also a very valid approach. And I think, as you've seen, their price suppressive impact is, I think, a little bit less than what we're showing. And again, that's why when we did our best and final offer on bid 2, we wanted to look at both passing, the way we did it as well as what ICF did, because again, we think they are both very valid methods and, are kind of within the margin of error of each other.
Thank you, Mr. Repshire. I'll leave it at that. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do commissioners have questions of Mr. Repshire? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Repshire, I asked a question, I believe, of Mr. Kane, and I'll ask it of you. How did you account for PJM capacity market, either penalties or bonuses in your analysis? I don't know if you heard me ask that question.
I did, and it was a good question. I appreciate it. So I think of the three parties, we are the only one that attempted to account for in PJM parlance, it's called capacity performance. If we all remember the polar vortex from, I don't remember what year now, 2014, whatever it was, that was effectively put in place to ensure that generators would be available when storms occur. And so we do account for that. Without getting into the details, unless you want to, effectively, we look at how the wind facility, in our opinion, will perform during different hours of the day, looking at the wind profile versus when those capacity performance events are likely to occur. And with that, we can determine when the facility would get penalized, as well as when it would get bonuses. The way that PJM works, it's a netting mechanism. And so per our analysis, the facility sees a slight upside from that bonus structure, or I guess you should say the bonuses slightly outweigh the penalties. I think it's on the order of about $1 to $2 million per year. So it's not immaterial, but it's relatively small compared to all the other revenue streams.
Okay, thank you for that. And did you take into account, I imagine, I don't know this for sure, but I imagine that there's a point where wind speeds get so high that the turbines have to be shut down because it's too dangerous to let them blow in high excessive wind conditions.
I am aware. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I envision a hurricane coming up the East Coast and having to shut down that generating station. What does that mean in this regard?
It's a great question. I'm not an engineer, but that is to my knowledge that is that can happen. They're called wind overspeed events. You need to effectively flare the turbine blade such that you don't have the turbine fall off the tower, in non-scientific terms. And effectively, I have not tried to account for that. I would say the likelihood of a hurricane occurring and that being a capacity performance event within PJM is probably pretty limited, because remember, PJM is the largest wholesale market in the world, and you go all the way out to Chicago. So if a hurricane is impacting the East Coast, there's likely to be plenty of power further west in the market to be able to cover that. But it's a great question. I have not analyzed, so could talk about it more, but I have not analyzed it directly.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Herman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Repsher. Speaking of raging wind, if you hear it, it's because I don't have great insulation up here, and it's blowing like mad. So
I'm not sure I'm going to get home tonight. I think the front of our building out down here on the street is currently flooded from the harbor, so we'll see.
Yes, I would imagine. So were you listening the last 2 days, Mr. Repsher, to the testimony? So you heard me asking, and I believe now it's been coined an aggressive. I use the word aggressive. So now that seems to be a phrase that's been coined. But so let me ask you the inverse. Why didn't you include at least some electrification forecasts in your estimates of the markets? I mean, that is where the state is going, and why isn't any of that in your analysis?
It's a really good question, and I'm going to answer it in two parts, if that's okay. Firstly, I think this kind of got lost in the noise a little bit. Sometimes the current PJM load forecast has been termed a business as usual forecast. I actually think that does a disservice to a lot of the folks within PJM, and really, I believe the load forecast is input from all the stakeholders across PJM, including folks from Maryland. Within that, they're trying to look at what is the best expectation of what's going to happen over time for reliability purposes. If you look at the documentation that PJM has put out, they do account for some degree of electrification. We can all probably debate whether or not it's going to meet whatever standard we might be trying to go to. But when I did the math of what PJM is including right now in their load forecast by 2035, They have that there will be approximately 2.4 million electric vehicles on the road across PJM. So I would say that there is some degree of electrification within that forecast. Secondly, I think one important thing and one distinction from sort of the conversation that we've been having for the past few days is the pace at which that electrification happens. Interestingly, I'm not sure if folks saw, but in the past week, Exelon and its sister companies put out a new report that shows how they're going to meet the Maryland electrification standards. What's interesting about that is really two things. One, they actually have over the next 10 years, they show load declining within Maryland. The reason for that is because there's a lot of introduction of energy efficiency and other type standards into the market to really, I would say, help start insulating consumers from incremental demand from electrification. And it's not until approximately 2035 that they start showing more of a what I call a hockey stick in terms of growth in electrification. What's sort of interesting, because I think we talk a lot about sort of the levelized impact on consumers, ratepayers, is that if you take the average of their load for Maryland over the next 20 years, so kind of next 10 years where it's a little bit lower, and the next 10 years after that where it's higher than what we're using in my analysis, it actually averages out to be effectively within 1,000, I guess, gigawatt hours from what we're using. So while I would agree that it's reasonable to say that in the long term we may not be accounting for as much electrification as the state needs to do, I think it's important to look at that entire time frame because, again, the utility of record, I guess, in Maryland is saying yes, it's going to happen, but we're looking 10 years out before we start seeing that growth.
Well, I suspect maybe some in the legislature might disagree with the Exelon forecast. So what you're saying is that your analysis does in fact include some electrification, just perhaps not as much as the skipjack forecast did.
That's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, the ELCC, I'm a little confused because I thought you said that, well, or one of your witnesses said that we should just stick with the conservative ELCC from before and not necessarily take the PJM ELCC, but in fact, what you did was you used the revised PJM ELCC in your new bid 2, and that was one of the factors that changed. Do I have that right?
So you're right that we are using the ELCC that was issued by PJM. I do not, to the best of my knowledge, recall a conversation where we said we would recommend continuing using the more conservative view.
So on page 15 of your direct testimony, you assume the ELCC of 27%.
Yeah, and so that was, that is correct. And let me get there real quick. Yeah, so I think it was, so this supplemental testimony, or sorry, direct testimony was August 25th. I believe PJM came out with their revised ELCC at some point in September. So at 27% was the best guidance that we were assuming at that point. And since then, PJM issued updated guidance.
Right, but with the exception of what you provided to us yesterday, you hadn't revised the ELCC until then. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And did you revise the ELCC for bids 1 and 3 or just for bid 2?
Given we were only doing a new bid for bid 2, I only updated that one.
Okay. Thank you. I'm looking at page 8 of your supplemental direct.
Yep.
And you're talking about, and I don't think any of this, is any of this confidential? I don't think so.
I do not believe it is.
Okay, so, what you're saying is that ICF's rate, generation rate, in developing the non-residential ratepayer impact, that they were just looking at the generation charges and none of the other, just straight up generation and none of the other things like, you know, the cost that a generator has, you know, incurs to.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll start by saying this could, this can get a little, well, projecting rates is a difficult task for anyone. And so what, you know, I observed from the ICF analysis is that they kind of used a proxy of the wholesale PJM price is what the energy rate would be for ratepayers within the state. But as I talk about in my testimony, what you see, and you can pull this from government data, is that the actual price that ratepayers pay includes a lot of other costs, you know, employment costs and hedging costs and what have you. And so I would, you know, all else equal, I would say that the generation rate that ICF put forth was a little bit on the low side because of that.
Okay, and so, and then looking at your figure 1 on page 10 of that same testimony, this would apply across the board to also to, if you're saying that their generation rate is too low, that would apply equally to their analysis of the skipjack project, would it not?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a market.
Okay, thanks. All right. And as far as you know, going back to that ELCC, the ICF analysis used the old number as well, right?
They did, correct.
Okay. Do you have, you know, what, just generally speaking, what would the results be if ICF had used the revised PJM figure? Do you think any of your other projects, all else being equal, might have passed?
That's a great question. As you might imagine, I have looked at that, if nothing else, for intellectual curiosity. I believe that the results, if that was the only change, remain the same, which is really the reason that you saw our best and final offer on bid 2 come down a little bit, because even after we updated for that change, it was still a few years where the bid would not pass the non-residential ratepayer test. So it did take a further reduction in our bid price to make that pass happen.
Okay, so it was, and using my words, you know, somewhat de minimis, the impact.
Yeah, it's not it's helpful, but it's not, and it doesn't change the answer. It's not a night and day change.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And I think you were talking about this with Mr. Fields, and I was still looking around at my papers and finding the right parts here. On page 26 of your supplemental direct, and I don't need to talk about these numbers here. It has been alleged by Skipjack that the ICF calculation was ended up saying that wind is replacing solar. And so you've got like a zero, you know, you have like a zero cost impact, right?
Correct, yeah.
So do you have that same, and you might have been going over that with Mr. Fields, but again, I was a little distracted. So is that a similar concern of yours?
So I think there were 3 approaches taken to the, I'll call it the price suppression analysis, even though I don't necessarily like the word suppression. But and I would say that
two of the methods, that being the one that I took and the one that ICF took, are within the same zip code, if you will, in terms of approach. Then there's the approach taken by Mr. Kane. The personally, and I think this, I discussed this with Mr. Fields, but I personally, when I do these analyses, find that some of it is, there's theory involved, right? But it's, to make it a clean analysis, I like to say, okay, here's the world, and then let's make a one factor change, see what happens to that world. I think we all can agree that a lot of things are going to happen if you know, a butterfly, you know, flutters its wings in China or something like that. But I think for purposes of making it a analysis people can kind of grab onto, I do like to keep it just a one factor change. And so what I would say is, yes, the approach that ICF took is on the more conservative side because they allow for a replacement of resources. However, I would say in terms of aggressiveness, I think the approach we took is kind of almost as aggressive as you could take because we assumed nothing else would change in the world. I think as has been discussed by a lot of people is that, and just as you did a few minutes ago, the future is going to look different than today. I don't think anyone is disagreeing with that, whether it's electrification or other such things. But what you need to think about is, okay, well, what is that future world going to look like? How much electrification is there going to be? How many other renewables are going to get built, et cetera? Then look at, okay, within that world, what is the impact of a new facility do to ratepayers? And so I think that's the approach we've taken, which is a forward look. It's saying, look, the market is going to evolve, but let's make this one change. If we put this one project in, here's the impact on prices. And that kind of puts a bookend, in my opinion, in terms of what that impact could look like.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I apologize if I'm making you repeat yourself.
Of course.
Let me see. I believe that was all I had. Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional questions from commissioners, do council have questions based on Commissioner O'Donnell or Commissioner Herman's questions?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Oh, Mr. Gunderson first and then Mr. Fields.
Thank you. Mr. Repsher, following up on Commissioner Herman's questions about how you used the new ELCC assumption in your ratepayer impact analysis for the new bid 2. If you were to run the new bid 2 OREC pricing through the ICF model using the ICF assumptions, the new bid 2 would fail the net ratepayer impact test, correct?
I actually have not run that. I mean, I haven't run it with the old ELCC.
Okay, thank you.
Fields.
I actually do not have questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. The witness may.
Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Previs.
Yes, I maybe a little bit slightly out of order, but I had two follow-up questions. One was on Mr. Gunderson's first exam, and this last one's on the last question, Mr. Gum. A second one is on what Mr. Gunderson just asked.
Did I not give you an opportunity for redirect?
No, Your Honor, I was waiting, but it didn't happen.
I apologize for that. Okay, start with your redirect and then you can do your follow-up.
It might make sense to just tail off of the last question, and then I'll do the final question, which was on the previous. But so, Mr. Repsher, in your best and final offer, in the best and final offer submitted by US Wind, you submitted 3 attachments, correct?
That is correct.
And then what was the third attachment?
So I'm going to get the order wrong. The first attachment was the PSC, Maryland PSC documentation, the form that bidders submit that has the OREC schedule. The second was, I believe, PA, or I would say my ratepayer impact analysis. And the third was the ICF model with the revised prices in it.
And when you ran US Wind's new bid through the ICF model, what conclusion did you reach? The new bid, excuse me.
Sure. Well, I think first and foremost, it passed both the residential and non-residential ratepayer tests. What I found, I think, more interesting beyond that was with the changes that we made to the bid, the residential ratepayer impact test came out within 3 cents per month of what both ICF and PA were projecting. And then on the non-residential impact test, both of them were within the same number down to the fourth decimal place. So they produced effectively the same result.
Thank you. And I'll move to my redirect question from before. Do you recall the questions Mr. Gunderson asked you about table 1 in your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
And do you recall how those questions related to different factors and different OREC prices in different states?
Yes, I do.
What price was Ørsted awarded for its project in the state of New Jersey?
Ocean Wind 2 was awarded an OREC price again in 2018 dollars of $67.42.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Repsher. Yes.
Can I just have one clarification question
On
what Mr. Repsher just testified to?
Okay. Ask that question. Let's see if Mr. Previous has an objection.
Thank you. Mr. Repsher, you were just describing what you provided in the third exhibit to the U.S. Wind's BAFO letter. I just want to clarify, did you use the ICF assumptions as ICF used them in that exhibit 3?
So again, as I explained earlier, it was the same ICF model, but if we go to Mr. Chang's, I think it was his rebuttal testimony or supplemental, forgive my forgetfulness there. He effectively recommended that the commission consider using the higher ELCC that PJM has put forth now. So I did update the ICF model in that one way to go from what they were assuming of approximately 27% ELCC up to starting with the 35% before reducing down to that 30% figure in 2031.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Repsher. You may step down now. The commission will take a recess until 3:45 p.m. Eastern, at which time we'll call U.S. Wind's next witness. We're in recess until 3:45 p.m.
Mr. Fields? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
I just wanted to ask you something. Have you noticed that the wind witnesses are a little harder to understand than everybody else? They're arguing.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think it's the way they have that set up there in the microphone, for the chair they're using for the witnesses.
Because I can hear you great. I can hear all the commissioners great and Mr. Gunderson, but it's just the witnesses that I've been.
I think that microphone is just a little far away from them.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll ask them to move it a little closer.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, well, thanks. I'm all ready to go. I'm just gonna run to the restroom.
We are back on the record.
Chairman, this is the court reporter. I need to tell you something.
Yes, Linda, hi.
I'm having a little bit of trouble sometimes hearing the U.S. wind experts.
Oh, yes. I think it might be their setup. Let's see if they can't move the microphone closer to the witness.
Yep, that might be exactly what it is.
Okay. Mr. Previs or Mr. Collins, can we attempt to bring that microphone closer to your witness?
Yes, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna ask our witness to speak up as well. Give us just a moment, and we'll be ready to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just see and see if we can. And it might be that too, sometime. So just project.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll endeavor to project my voice as well as I can.
Okay, that actually sounds pretty good. Linda, can you hear the witness?
Yes.
Okay, terrific.
Thank you.
Let's see, Mr. Collins, will you be sponsoring this witness?
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will go back on the record now.
Okay.
Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Deina.
Good afternoon.
I have to swear.
For the record, please, would you please state your employer and title?
Mr. Collins, let's swear the witness first. There we go.
Sir, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Deina, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the record, please state your employer and title, please.
My employer is ESS Group, and my title there is Manager of GIS and Data Analysis Services.
And for whom are you testifying today?
I'm testifying for U.S. Wind.
Yes. Do you have before you your rebuttal testimony in this case?
I do.
And that rebuttal testimony is dated October 18th, 2021. Is that correct?
It is.
And was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any changes, corrections, or updates to the testimony?
I do not.
Are your answers in your testimony true and accurate to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
They are.
Would your testimony be the same today as it was when your testimony was originally filed?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I would ask that the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Scott Deina be marked as U.S. Wind Exhibit Number 10.
Marked.
And if there are no objections, I would ask that U.S. Wind Exhibit 10 be admitted into the record.
Seeing no objections, U.S. Wind Exhibit 10 is moved into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Counsel for Skipjack.
Thank you, Your Honor. Skipjack has no questions for this witness.
Thank you. It appears that only Ms. Prouty has cross-examination. Ms. Prouty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Deina, Elise Prouty, on behalf of the town of Ocean City. I do have some questions for you related to your rebuttal testimony. So taking a look at page 12, line 266.
Yes.
You would agree that there are some in your field who may find that single frame simulations are appropriate in providing a realistic portrayal of turbine size. Is that correct?
I would agree that there are some who probably would. However, I believe that the industry is kind of moving away from single frame, especially with offshore wind visualization and moving towards the panorama simulations that I described.
You would agree, though, that single frame simulations have been a common use among individuals in your field, at least for the past 10 years?
Both single frame and panorama have been common use, yes.
And are you aware of guidance issued by the National Park Service earlier this year entitled Evaluation of Photo Simulations for Visual Impact Assessments?
I am not.
And the 4 simulations that were prepared by your firm in this case, all of those came from one location on one day of the year. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. In your firm, are there any simulations from any other elevations? It was all from one elevation, is that correct? Or all from one level?
Yes, that's correct. Certainly at this location, right?
And you would agree that there would be individuals who would be viewing the turbines from higher levels at beachfront hotels or condos or homes at a higher elevation than what's reflected in these simulations. Is that accurate?
I would agree with that, yes.
And you would agree that simulations would be more visible to individuals who are at higher elevations than what's reflected in your simulations?
Well, I think that's a very complex answer because how much more visible they are is going to depend on a lot of conditions such as the atmospheric environment, the time of day, things that might be going on in the foreground.
So let's just say that we're taking a look at one of the simulations you prepared. Individuals who are at a higher elevation, let's say at a beachfront hotel, a beachfront condo, same atmospheric conditions, same day, those turbines would be more visible to them, correct?
More of the vertical portion of the turbine would likely be more visible given the conditions being the same. I would agree with that, yes.
And on page 12, lines 252 and 250 through 254, where you had stated that single frame simulations are suitable only as a preliminary or screening product. It's not uncommon for single frame simulations to be used in COPs, is that correct?
I can only speak for the COPs that I've been associated with, and in those cases, we've always provided panoramic simulations.
And in those, have you also provided single frame?
I don't believe we have.
And how many how many COPs were those?
How many COPs have I participated in?
How many COPs have you been involved in where it was only panoramics that were provided, not single frames?
That's a little difficult for me to say just because of the nature of how work is performed and distributed where I work.
Okay, well, I just kind of wanted to be clear about, I thought your last answer had been in all the COPs that you've been involved in, you've used just panoramic. So I just wanted to get a better sense of what number that would be, about how many COPs.
I believe that I've been involved in, well, given my time at ESS, which has been since late 2016, I think in terms of just like the COPs that have been submitted, I believe it's just US winds.
It's just what?
So
Oh, hold on. I believe the witness said it was just US winds.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Linda.
So just so I'm clear, so the only COP that you've been involved in since you've been at that firm has just been US winds, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and so either you're not aware or you haven't been involved. Well, so you're not aware about if there are any other COPs where just panoramics were submitted.
No, I'm not aware.
And taking a look at page 13, line 275, where you're discussing that the accepted human field of view is 124 degrees horizontal by 55 degrees vertical.
I'm sorry, could you restate where we're looking?
Sure. It's page 13, line 275.
Okay.
Would you agree that while the full field of view for a human eye may approximate 124 degrees horizontal by 55 degrees vertical, that the human eye can only focus on a much smaller part of the field at one time?
Well, I'm not really qualified to address the optics of what the human eye is capable of doing.
Well, doesn't that sort of come into play in terms of what someone from the beach is able to view? Whether how much of that 124 degrees by 55 degrees would actually be in focus for them?
Well, the 124 by 55 field of view speaks to how much of the environment the typical human eye will see. So, I guess beyond that, if you're speaking to how much of that field of view we see with great clarity, I'm not exactly sure, but that would be an individual thing.
And would you agree that if someone took a 124 degree panoramic image and displayed all of it onto a flat monitor, or if they printed it out on a flat piece of paper, that the full 124 degree field of view would be in sharp focus, which is not how someone usually sees an actual landscape?
Well, the best viewing, if you're going to try to set up an environment that uses the simulation, the simulated figures, you had mentioned a flat monitor or a flat sheet of paper, a flat plot. The best way to do that, to get the closest to reality, would be to mount the paper on a curved board or a curved backing. And the same is true with the computer monitor. They do make, they're a bit exotic, but they do make curved computer monitors. But the reason for that is so that you maintain that persistent distance from the surface of the image and your eyes, so that as you perceive things away from the center of the view, they're still at that same distance. If it were flat, of course, the further you get away from the center, the further physically that sheet or that image is going to get from your eyes, and that just creates the possibility of not perceiving it the same way as you do the center.
And you would agree that the simulations that your firm produced gave no sort of direction about viewing those simulations on a curved surface?
No, I believe the simulations were distributed with an entire sheet that provided specific instructions both for producing hard copy as well as distances that the should be encouraged for viewing them based on how large the plots are.
Okay. And that sheet of paper though wasn't included with your the simulations that were attached to your rebuttal, is that correct?
I was under the impression that it was based on the materials that I have here in the office.
Okay. Taking a look at your rebuttal, are you aware of anywhere in the rebuttal itself or in the 4 attachments to it that give any sort of direction about how best to view these?
That would be on that attached document that I mentioned.
Okay, well, I want to make sure that we're clear about exactly what the exhibit is. So taking a look at what's been marked as your rebuttal, can you point me to anywhere where that document is?
I'm not sure that I'm understanding the question. I'm looking at the the materials that I have here, which was my understanding got distributed.
Ms. Prouty, it's my understanding that the witness has provided instructions titled Printing and Viewing Panoramic Simulations on October 26th, and this is not a part of his rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And taking a look at line 78 of your rebuttal, which includes the link to the simulations. If someone is viewing the 124-degree simulations on their monitor, I'm talking about just a regular flat monitor that most of us probably have, the turbines would look fairly small, and it would be that the whole image there would be in focus. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But if someone is on their computer and they're zooming in more, the turbines are going to appear larger as there's more of a focus on those turbines, correct?
That's correct, and that's one of the and I addressed this in my testimony. That's one of the concerns about using digital formats to view simulations is the invitation that they will create for overrepresenting something.
And do you agree that panoramic photos are subject to a loss of detail unless they're showed or viewed at a very large size?
I think that depends on the technology that's being used to either view them or produce them. Plotters and printers have different dot prints resolutions that they'll produce hard copy from. Likewise, monitors and digital screens will have different resolutions as well.
And would you agree that panoramic photos are subject to size distortion unless observed on the curved screen that we talked about earlier?
I think that probably mathematically would be accurate, but I think the amount of distortion is so minor that it's probably not a concern.
Would you agree though that these two issues would be even less of a problem for a 50mm image, which show more detail and are more suitable for viewing on a flat surface?
Well, 50mm is the standard lens that's used to shoot the panoramics. The difference isn't in the size of the lens, it's in the amount of the landscape that's shown in the final product. And that's the most important element of that, is the context that the format provides for what we're simulating or looking at.
And do you agree that viewing simulations from the proper distance is important to get a correct sense of the size of the project elements?
Yes, I do. I believe it's important so that we don't overrepresent something by, especially as I mentioned on screen, blowing it up too large as an example.
And you agree that the simulations that your firm produced do not show any sort of blade motion?
That's correct. It wouldn't be possible to show blade motion on a printed sheet.
And with the blades turning, the turbines would attract visual attention more so than the turbines would without the blades turning. Is that accurate?
I think there are a large number of factors that would come into play if that were the case. Environmental factors, atmospheric factors, lighting, color, contrast, the angle of the nacelle based on the direction of the wind. All of those would have an influence on how prevalent or how prominent the motion of the blades would cause them to be seen.
Do you agree, though, that in general the movement of an object in a field tends to attract visual attention?
Well, the movement does. I think the bigger question is what are we seeing of that movement?
And do you agree that a strong simulation should show all of the visible project elements?
I think an ideal it would. However, you know, sometimes the necessary information isn't available to present those, and I think it would be better to kind of err on the side of caution at times if there was concern about, you know, representing something incorrectly.
Is it accurate that the simulations that your firm produced for this project? Did you hear my
Rowdy,
question?
your question did not come through at all.
Oh, my apologies. Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
We can.
Okay, my apologies. Is it accurate that the simulations that your firm produced do not show the electrical service platforms?
It is accurate that they do not show those because we didn't have the physical specifications to simulate them correctly. However, we did at least allow for some surrogate of them within the simulations by showing them as one of the many turbines.
But just to be clear, so was that in the location where the electrical service platforms would be, or you didn't know at the time you prepared the simulations where that would be?
Now we know where they're going to be, so they are in those locations.
And taking a look at page 10, lines 208 to 213, where you're stating that that December 21st, which is the date used by the WRA simulations prepared for Ocean City, that produces the maximum possible contrast by depicting shadows. So there, are you referring to shadows that are being produced by the wind turbines?
Primarily, since there's very little, obviously, in the kind of the foreground or midground of those simulations. Yes, that would refer to the shadows and the contrasts that are seen on the simulated turbines based on that unique day on the calendar, December 21st.
Is it your testimony that the shadow of a wind turbine on the ocean surface would be visible from more than 12 miles away?
No, that's not my testimony. I'm not speaking to the shadow of the turbine on the ocean. I'm speaking to the shadows on the turbines themselves caused by the side of the turbine facing the sun in this case, the back that's not facing it, or any shadows caused by the blades or on the blades.
The simulations prepared by WRA for Ocean City and that were attached to Mr. Sullivan's direct testimony, they don't show any shadows. Is that accurate?
Well, if they're accurate simulations, if they're accurate renderings, they would.
All right. Well, do you recall if the simulations, do you have Mr. Sullivan's direct testimony in front of you?
I do have it, yes. Okay.
Okay. And so taking a look at the simulations, which are at the end. So for instance, let's go to Exhibit 2 and taking a look at the turbine. It says the view from 99th Street at 7:45 a.m. Do you see that one?
7:45. I see, let's see, which elevation?
Well, so why don't you tell me which one do you have open?
Well, the one at the easiest one for me was the one at the very back, which was the view from 25th floor at 99th Street. And that's, well, that particular one is 1:37 p.m. But then the prior one at the same floor at 99th Street is 7:16 a.m.
Okay, so just taking a look at the view from 25th Street, at 1:37 p.m., that very last simulation.
Yeah.
Are there any shadows being shown in that simulation?
Well, based on looking at this, in a single frame format, under these particular lights, in the way that they've been printed here on the sheet that I have in front of me, it's hard for me to point to a 1 pixel thin or however thin it is line and say, well, there's a shadow. But I think especially when you have turbines that are close to each other, there is a sense for the elements of the turbine that are in direct sunlight versus those that shadows or components, elements of shadows that are also shown on that turbine. But no, I mean, I'm not, when I look at this particular one, at 1:37 p.m., I'm not seeing half of a turbine in shadow sticking out at me. It's really too difficult of a format for me to make that decision.
And if in fact there are no shadows that are being shown, would you have no concern about that December 21st date being used for these simulations?
Well, I think it's a matter of subtlety, and it's an unusual it's an unusual date since it is the winter solstice. It is that one day out of 365 where if you wanted to create a sense of shadows in your simulations, that's going to be the day that's going to give you the most. So it's a little bit like stacking the deck in your favor if you're looking to create that kind of most shadowed simulation.
But again, these simulations don't actually show, at least as they're printed, any shadows, correct? As we've just talked about.
No, I see shadows on the other ones, on the other time frames based on where the sun is relative to the turbines.
And which ones are you referring to?
Well, certainly the one prior to this, which is the 25th floor at 7:16 a.m., there with the sun behind the turbines, we're seeing an awful lot of shadows.
Any other ones?
Well, again, under the lighting in this room, it's hard for me to say, well, again, if we go to the morning ones, especially with the sun behind them, the side of the turbine that we see facing us is mostly in shadow. Now, there might be, and in this particular case, I'm looking at from the 9th floor. Of course, we could probably go to the other ones a little higher up in the building. But this is from the 9th floor at 7:26 a.m. and again in the morning. We see an awful lot of shadow, but based on kind of the sun being more obliquely off to the south of those turbines, I do believe that there is on the right side of the structures some kind of brighter or lighter contrast, which would be those parts of the turbines that are getting more of that direct sun as opposed to the opposite sides, which are more in shadow. So I do believe that there's some degree of lit and shadowed on these simulations.
Would you agree that on December 21st, due to the low angle of the sun in the sky, the intensity of sunlight is actually the lowest that it is all year?
Well, I think the intensity speaks to atmospheric conditions. Not just what the sun's angle is above the horizon.
Would you agree if the intensity of the sunlight is low, it would reduce, not increase the contrast between the turbines and the sky?
Would you restate that question, please?
Sure. So if the intensity of the sunlight is one of the lowest it is all year or very low, that would reduce rather than increase the contrast between the turbines and the sky. Is that accurate?
I think generally that's accurate, although again, the atmospherics of the air, you know, the clarity of the air, the clarity of the light that we're seeing reflected from these. I'm not so sure, and again, I'm not an astronomer, but I'm not so sure that it's as much December 21st affects the brightness of the sun as it does the angle of the sun and the sun's ability to create shadows.
Switching gears, I want to take a look at page 10, lines 216 to 222 of your testimony.
Yes.
Were the questions related to the orientation? And there you acknowledge that there may be days when the orientation of the turbines could be as depicted in the Ocean City simulations due to the wind direction. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yes.
And are you familiar with the term typical worst case scenario as it's used in the context of preparing simulations?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And you would agree that a typical worst case visibility scenario simulates conditions that would result in the greatest visual contrast from the project?
I do, but I think it's helpful if that were the case, that it should at least be noted somewhere on, you know, acknowledged somewhere in the figure that this is, you know, a worst case visible scenario. And two, in this particular case, I think it's important to note that from that particular angle that those turbines are being represented, to do that full face-on worst case scenario, that particular angle that the wind would be blowing from happens only like 2.5% of the year, which is about 9.5 or 10 days. If the simulations represented prevailing wind directions for that view, that would turn the turbines about 80 degrees and create a much more oblique, almost edge-on perspective of the blades, and significantly change how we're seeing those blades, unlike seeing them full face-on like this is.
Would you agree that in the simulations prepared by your office that the blades are still plainly visible?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And you would agree that blade motion would also therefore be plainly visible?
Well, again, the simulation figures don't show motion, and the impact of motion is going to depend on a lot of factors, including contrast and brightness and atmospherics, things like that.
And with the fourth simulation that you prepared, the nighttime one, would you agree that aviation obstruction lights on the turbines would attract more visual attention when flashing than what could be seen in your simulation, which obviously can't reflect any sort of flashing light?
Well, the aviation obstruction lighting is a technology that, as I understand it, turns the lights on and off. It really wouldn't change the way that the lights look when they're on. It just changes when we see them.
Do you know once they're turned on if there's any sort of blinking or movement with those lights?
I really, I'm not qualified to address the specifics of the ADLS system. I know it's still under consideration, and there's been other testimony prior to mine that probably provide more insight into that.
Okay. I do not have any further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Collins, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a couple of quick questions. Mr. Deina, Ocean City Council asked you about why there were no viewing instructions that accompanied the electronic version of the simulations that were attached to your testimony. Do you recall that?
I do.
And the chairman correctly noted that the viewing instructions were provided in connection with the hard copies that were provided to the commission. My question for you is, why were the viewing instructions not included in the electronic version of these simulations?
Well, I believe it's because there's basically a full sheet of viewing instructions to make sure that's the different elements of producing hard copy are accounted for, and that would be not just the physical size that somebody would think to produce these at, whether it be like a poster size or larger, very large poster, but also like the types of ink that you're going to ask the printing place to use in producing it, the type of paper, whether it be a matte stock or a high gloss, things of that nature. So there's actually quite a few things to consider when moving towards producing hard copy, and we try to make sure that those were all accounted for on that full sheet, and it took the full sheet to do it.
Just to clarify, so I understand it, and hopefully for the benefit of the parties, are you saying that the viewing instructions were properly to accompany the hard copies, but they would not properly be accompanying any electronic version that was sent by way of an electronic link through a testimony, correct?
They were separate from it, yes.
Thank you. Ocean City Council mentioned to you the typical worst case scenario in connection with your discussion about the orientation of the turbines. You recall that?
I do.
And you noted that some sort of disclosure that this was to be a typical worst case scenario. I think I understood you to say you did not see that disclosure on the simulations themselves. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was only noticeable by reading basically what is fine print on those simulations. Hardly what I would call a disclosure.
Did Mr. Sullivan note in his testimony that the simulations were to represent a typical worst case scenario?
I don't recall that he did.
Thank you. No further questions.
From the commissioners. Commissioner Herman.
Good afternoon. I just have one question. I'm looking at the your simulation, the proposed morning view with prevailing winds. First page of what I received.
It's a beautiful day in Ocean City.
Right. You got it?
I do.
Okay, so I understand that you simulated the full 1,200 megawatts. Is that correct?
I believe that's true. With how we approach these, we don't typically think of them in terms of the total capacity that they represent. We think of them more as
the maximum number of turbines.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So if we were to go, if the commission were to approve, say, the 800 megawatts, which is fewer turbines, would if you know, would the turbines then be, the front ones be further away? If you understand what I'm saying, it would be pushed back, if you know, in terms of the configuration.
And that's the magic question, is what would the configuration be? And that would speak to, to others on the US Wind team in terms of determining, kind of where those layout positions would be. And then once that was determined, the positions would be provided to us, and we would simulate from those locations.
Okay, so you don't know if the full, we didn't have the full, the largest number of turbines, where they might be fewer turbines, maybe on the left side, the right side, the front, the back, whatever. You don't know that. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would depend on the layout as it was determined by others.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions from my colleagues, any question based on Commissioner Herman's question? Seeing none, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Who is the lady from Venable with the long hair?
Oh, Miss Shipper?
Yes, sorry. Hi, Susan Shipper for Venable. Yep.
Who was the lady earlier with the curly hair then?
That's Diana Krever, also of Venable.
Just want to make sure. Okay.
Sure, no problem.
Venable has too many attorneys. Although the U.S. Wind conference room looks like it's a ballroom at the Marriott. Okay. Thank you. And U.S. Wind, you may call your last and final witness of the day.
Thank you. We're going to swap out, if you'll bear with us for just a moment. And my colleague, Mr. Thupari, will be putting on Dr. Harris in just a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Who's going to be putting that on?
I believe it was Mr. Thupari.
You can unmute. Madam Court Reporter, that's T as in Tom, H-U, P as in Paul, A-R-I. No long hair, no curly hair for me.
Okay, Mr. Thupari, if you want to call your witness, we'll have them sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. U.S. Wind will call Dr. Andrew Carr Harris. Dr. Carr Harris, if you wouldn't mind turning on your camera, that would be terrific.
Okay, Dr. Carr Harris, if you could please raise your right hand.
Doctor, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thupari, you're a witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Dr. Carr Harris. For the record, could you please state your employer and title for the commission?
Yes, my employer is ECS Federal, and my position is economist.
Thank you. And what is your business address?
My business address is 166 Water Street, Woods Hole, Massachusetts, 02543.
Dr. Carr Harris, do you have before you a copy of your rebuttal testimony in this case, which has been pre-marked for identification as U.S. Wind Exhibit 11? It consists of 17 pages of testimony together with 4 exhibits and is dated October 18th, 2021.
I do, yes.
Was this testimony and the exhibits accompanying it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any modifications, corrections, or updates to this testimony?
I do have one minor edit. I'd like to point out on page 4 of my testimony, line 74.
Okay, wait 1 second, Dr. Carr Harris, just to let everyone orient themselves and get to that portion of your testimony.
Mm-hmm. And so the correction I'd like to make is on line 74. I'd like to remove the words "and UD studies" and insert the word "study."
Thank you, Dr. Carr-Harris. Are the answers in your testimony as amended true and accurate to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, they are.
Dr. Carr-Harris, would your testimony as amended be the same today as it was when your testimony was originally filed on October 18th?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Carr-Harris's rebuttal testimony as amended and exhibits which are marked as U.S. Wind Exhibit 11 be admitted into the record.
So marked, and hearing no objection, U.S. Wind Exhibit number 11 is moved into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Gunderson, you don't have any cross, do you?
No.
Ms. Prouty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Carr-Harris, I do have some questions about your rebuttal. You were a co-author of the Block Island study from 2019 that's attached as Exhibit 4 to your testimony, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were a research assistant for Dr. Lang, who we heard from yesterday, around that time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than that study, you have not authored or co-authored any other studies regarding offshore wind. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
The other publications you've co-authored all primarily have to do with fisheries?
That's correct.
And you've not been involved in any additional studies related to Block Island other than what's attached as as attachment 4 to your testimony?
That's correct.
And taking a look at page 6, lines 123 and 1 to 130 of your testimony.
Yep.
And is your concern there related to the North Carolina study that a majority of those who were surveyed, about 55%, were repeat visitors or frequently rented a home every summer?
Yeah, my concern with that is, the authors sampled from an avid population of renters. They have a strong place attachment and an affinity for the area. And I just believe that those preferences may be different than potential renters in other areas, or potential renters that may become renters in the event of a wind farm. So I think that's some sort of sample selection issue. While the authors did this to increase internal validity, so they wanted people who had experience at these homes to answer the question. So that's kind of where they based their sample frame. I think that it neglects the more general population of renters and potential renters.
And have you seen any data or any studies related to the rental population in Ocean City in terms of whether that population is generally considered to be avid renters, people who come summer after summer?
So are you asking, is there other studies that I'm aware of that that show that the population of renters in North Carolina is similar in other places? Or can you rephrase the question? Sorry.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if you had seen any sort of data or looked at any studies related to the population of renters in the town of Ocean City in terms of whether there is a frequency of repeat renters there.
No, I have not.
And in the University of Delaware study, the turbines there were 6 megawatts in size, so about 574 feet, which is significantly smaller than the 14 megawatt turbines, which are 817 feet that US Wind is proposing to use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the study there, that focused on results ranging from 12.5 to 20 miles. Is that correct?
I think the range of scenarios presented to respondents was a little bit broader. I think there was up to, I don't know, maybe 2.5 miles. I'm not sure. I think there were some closer distances that they evaluated.
Would you agree if you know that the study though did say that it was focusing on that 12.5 to 20-mile range?
So they note in the study many times that those are the BOEM relevant distances. And that's all I know about that.
And if the beachgoers in that study had been shown simulations with 14-megawatt turbines at 12.5 miles, would you agree that the turbines in the simulations would be more visible than the same number of 6-megawatt turbines at that same distance?
It's possible that they're more visible, but I can't speak to the, what that would look like on a screenshot of the turbines because that was not in the scope of the study. So
would you agree that in looking at other studies, in addition to the UD study, it's important to consider the size of the turbines that the individuals are being asked about, as the size of the turbines may affect the visibility from shore?
I agree with that, yes.
And taking a look at page 14 of your testimony, line 310. It's accurate that your data did not support analysis of the number of new or additional tourists who visited the island in response to the new offshore wind farm. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yeah.
And the first turbine there was not installed in Block Island, was installed in August of 2016, but the wind farm did not become operational until that December. Is that correct?
I believe the fifth and final turbine was erected in August of 2016, and yes, it was connected to the grid and started generating electricity in December.
And taking a look at page 14, lines 312 and 313, where you say, we found that during each peak tourism month of July and August following its construction. So there, you're only looking at the months of July and August for 2017, correct? You didn't look at, I'm sorry, you didn't look at tourism any other times other than those 2 months?
So we looked at all the months of 2017 and 2016 and 15. We estimated our model such that we could disentangle the treatment effect of the Block Island wind farm between different important seasonal periods, so such the tourism months and the off tourism months. But we did not look at any subsequent years after 2017.
And your study only looked at Airbnb rentals, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't say with certainty what the occupancy rates were for other types of rentals during July and August of 2017 on Block Island?
Do you mean rentals that were not listed on Airbnb?
Correct.
Yes, I cannot say.
Okay. And you can't say with certainty what the occupancy rates were for hotels on the island during July or August 2017?
I cannot say.
And it's correct that there was a push by Airbnb representatives to increase the number of Airbnb properties on Block Island that year?
Yes, that occurred in, I think, March 2017. Yes.
And the increase in Airbnb occupancy and revenues at Block Island that summer may have resulted from that push from Airbnb representatives?
So it's possible that, putting my study aside, that could have affected revenues from Airbnb. But in our study, those properties that entered the market following the construction of the Block Island wind farm in August 2016 were not included in the sample. Only properties that were active on the market before and after August of 2016 were included in the sample. So any potential noise that visit to the island or any increase in rental demand or revenues specific to that event would not be reflected in our estimates.
And would you agree that any sort of growth in popularity of renting Airbnbs or of Airbnb as a company that may have contributed to an increase that summer?
So I guess there's two scenarios I see that you may be alluding to. One is that, overall in our whole study area, so we had Block Island as our treatment city and 3 control locations, Narragansett and Westerly, Rhode Island, as well as Nantucket, Massachusetts. So it's possible that, due to technology or people becoming more accustomed to using these apps, there was a growth in overall usage. In that case, that's irrelevant for our model because our difference in difference model captures the estimated effect of the construction of the wind farm over and above any growth across the whole region. So, even if it was a decline, whatever type of trend it was, up or down, that wouldn't impact our results. The second scenario I can see potentially playing out is that maybe there was some increase in usage of the app specific to one of the cities. So maybe just in Block Island, there was a overall growth in usage or a overall decline, whatever direction. We capture that in the model through city-specific time trends. So essentially, we model the changes in the various rental market metrics as a function of a time trend in that particular city. So any trends in growth particular to a city would have been controlled for in our model.
And you do not conduct any surveys of individuals staying in Airbnbs to determine what their reason was that they were coming to Block Island or staying there that summer?
No, we did not.
And you did not conduct any surveys with those individuals to get their views on wind turbines or whether they would return for future trips?
No, I did not.
And you have no knowledge whether the individuals who stayed in Airbnbs that summer returned to vacation there the following year?
No, I do not know that.
And your survey states that it's likely that few Block Island Airbnb properties in our sample are in direct viewshed of the wind farm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that in the town of Ocean City, there's going to be many more rental properties in the viewshed of these turbines than there would be in Block Island?
I do not know the specifics of the properties that are going to be in viewshed of the proposed U.S. wind project, so I can't answer that.
And your study does not capture behavioral responses of single-day visitors, is that correct?
That's correct. Only people that booked an overnight rental on Airbnb.
And you have not done any sort of studies or surveys of the Ocean City rental market?
I have not.
Okay, you've done no surveys of any Ocean City vacationers to see their opinions related to U.S. Wind's proposed turbines or about wind turbines in general?
I have not.
Okay. And you've done no surveys of, or you've not reviewed any studies or surveys related to Ocean City property owners' views of the proposed U.S. wind turbines?
I have not conducted nor reviewed any studies related to that issue.
And you've not done any impact surveys regarding possible property value impacts resulting from the proposed turbines?
I have not.
And you're not aware of any studies involving the impact on beach tourism or property values from using 14 megawatt turbines or turbines of a similar size, is that correct?
The turbines that the studies reviewed by Dr. Ling, I think, were all smaller than that. So I'm not aware of any other studies with larger turbines.
Okay, and I just have a few questions about the report itself. itself, or your study itself, which is attachment 4 to your testimony. So taking a look at page 54, just let me know whenever you're ready.
So this is the Block Island Wind Farm study you're referring to? Yep. Okay.
Correct.
Yep, page 54.
Okay, so I'm looking within that first paragraph, the second to last sentence, where it says, nonetheless, it's important to review the existing economic literature that uses stated preference methods to infer such impacts. So I know in your rebuttal, you spend a decent amount of time talking about stated preferences versus revealed preferences, but would you agree that there is value and significance to looking at stated preference surveys?
I would generally agree with that, particularly when observational data or revealed preference data isn't available. And before the Block Island Wind Farm, that data simply wasn't available in the US. But you know, I certainly agree that those studies do have value.
And other than your Block Island study, you're not aware of any revealed preference studies from the United States dealing with wind turbines, correct?
No, not from the United States, only the Jensen et al. Paper from 2018, which looks at property value impacts from offshore wind farms in Denmark.
And that study did not look at beach tourism at all, is that correct?
No, that study captured the effects of offshore wind turbines on property values of residential and secondary homes.
And that study, though, it didn't deal with looking at whether there be an increase and decrease in terms of number of beach, number of visitors to a beach community, is that correct?
That's correct.
And taking a look at page 65 of your study.
Yep.
So I'm looking at that third paragraph, so the last one before the acknowledgements. You would agree that caution should be applied in generalizing the results of your study to future offshore wind projects?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, for sure. This was, you know, we focused on only one wind farm because there's only one in existence in the United States. And, you know, as I stated here, you know, that might generate more excitement than, you know, subsequent wind farms. But I think that this, you know, our study definitely provided, you know, important information regarding the issue, particularly given that we used observational revealed preference data rather than, you know, hypothetical stated preference survey data.
And you acknowledge in your study in that last paragraph that a limitation of your study may be that the differences in other offshore wind projects, such as distance from shore, the number of turbines, visibility from the shoreline, the physical or socioeconomic makeup of the surrounding community. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
I do not have any further questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any redirect for US Wind?
Nothing from US Wind, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do commissioners have questions of Dr. Carr-Harris? Seeing none, Dr. Carr-Harris, you may step down.
All right, thank you.
We'll have a conversation off the record in a moment, but before we conclude for today, are there any matters that we need to discuss on the record? Seeing none, thank you for your participation today. This hearing is now in recess until Monday, November 1st at 10 a.m. Eastern. We are off the record. All right, in terms of witnesses that we have for Monday, I was going through all the notes and it appears that no party seeks to cross-examine the following 3 witnesses, and I'd like to see if we could stipulate their testimony. Any objection to having Sierra Club witness Bose stipulated?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm not hearing any objection. Mr. Gunderson? No.
No.
Ms. Miller, do you consent to stipulating your client's testimony?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I just wanted to point out that when we pre-filed it, we labeled it SC/LCV Exhibit 2, because at the time we were planning on moving the discovery request into evidence, so it should be corrected to say SC/LCV Exhibit 1.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. We'll do this all on the record on Monday morning. Okay. The next 2 witnesses are staff witness Kevin Mosier and staff witness Drew McAuliffe. Does any party seek to examine either of those 2 witnesses?
Not skipjack.
Okay. Does any party object to stipulating the testimony of those 2 witnesses?
No objection.
No objection.
Mr. Spivak, does that work for you?
We would be fine with that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I do understand that some parties may wish to seek examination of Craig Taborski, so he should be available on Monday.
He will be there.
Your Honor, just, I don't know if it makes a difference, but skipjack does not have any cross for Mr. Taborski.
Okay. I believe somebody may have. Let me ask that question. Does any party have questions for Mr. Taborski? Let me ask my colleagues, do commissioners have any questions for Mr. Taborski? Commissioner Herman may or may not. Okay, we'll keep Mr. Taborski on the hook for Monday, but we will go ahead and excuse witness Bose, witness Mosier, and witness McAuliffe for Monday. Anything else off the record? It's been a long day. Okay. Thanks to counsel, thanks to the witnesses, my colleagues, the staff, and most importantly, Linda Crockett, our court reporter. Have a great weekend. We'll see everybody Monday morning, 10 a.m.
Thank
you. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.